atomic gigantification was a sweeping Japan nation when along came a dude with an ultra attitude, a Kamen Rider who's the greatest kicker of Japan. And of all, man, life's too short now, baby, to not talk big now, baby.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Kaiju Conversation. I'm your host, Elijah, and joining me, as always, my lovely co-host and editor.
Hello, I am Rex.
And I am doing this from not my typical location. I am currently on vacation, but I packed all of my podcasting equipment just so we could do this recording. And let me tell you something. Security did not like me. So the airport I went through, they had me like take off my shoes, my hat, my jacket, take everything out of my pockets. Like I even had to take my mask out of my pocket and hold it in my hand. They requested all of my electronics out, and they're like, you need your microphone out, your mic stand, your shock mount, your pop filter, your webcam, your USB port, your light ring, my laptop, my phone, wallet, and then they like, I still didn't pass because I had like facial cleanser, and they were like, so you have two options. One, you get escorted out by security, or you just let us take this and throw it away, which it's like a $7 bottle of facial cleanser, and you can be on your way. And I'm like, well, I'm not gonna just get escorted out. I've paid $400 for this trip. If I gotta risk a $7 bottle of facial cleanser, I guess I'm gonna have to take the hit. Like, I'm not going back now. I stayed up all night just to go to the airport. That's another story. To do this flight, I had to stay up all night because there was no way I was going to wake up after 2 hours of sleep. So I stayed up from noon all the way until 11 p.m. the following day. So I stayed up for like 33 hours. And we were supposed to record yesterday, but
Yeah,
like I started studying my Japanese and I just passed out. And Jack, so this is the funny, so Jack and Nathan, Jack G-Man, and Nathan, host of the Monster Island Film Vault, I'm on a trip with them for -1, and we were going to watch Monarch yesterday. And I was studying, and I was like, let me give me a little bit of time. I need to, I want to do my Japanese studies. Even though I'm, on vacation, I still want to keep that up, which it's been horrible. Like I've only studied like 30 minutes a day, if even that.
I mean, that's better than nothing.
It's better than nothing. But I was studying and I was tired, and I was planning on drinking one of my energy drinks, but I ended up not being able to. Well, I didn't know where they were because Nathan bought them and put them in the fridge and didn't tell me, even though he says he did not tell me. And I was studying and I just passed out. And so Nathan came up and was like, when do you want to? And I said, I want to study. Give me a little bit. And 10 minutes passed and they were like, well, he's probably still studying. And then an hour passed and Jack was like, I'm going to go get him. And he walked up here and I was out. Like I was so out. Like when you think about it, like it was midnight when he came and checked on me. I had been up since noon. That would have been, let's see, what's 48 minus 12? 36. So 36 hours after I woke up, I passed out. And Jack was like, I'm not waking him up. I went like 26 hours without eating. Or no, I went 30 hours without eating. And I went and then I went 36 hours without sleeping. It was awful. And I flew like 700 miles and dealt with 3 airports, which is not fun. So needless to say, it's been a fun ride.
I can imagine.
I can't wait. I go back home, not tomorrow. Well, tomorrow, as of this recording. As of this recording, I go back tomorrow. And I hope to God that the Tennessee International Airport is not as anal about what I have to like take off to like get on my plane, because it's obnoxious. I'm sure I'm still going to have to unpack all of my recording equipment, because they're going to be like, what's this long metal tube you have? Is this a bomb? Are you trying to bomb us? What's this cylinder? Is this a bomb? No, it's a Blue Yeti microphone. So I've had an interesting weekend, and meeting Jack has been so much fun. Like, I vibe with him. I vibe with him so hard. It's great.
Well, it's good to hear you enjoying the company.
How have you been? I know we haven't talked. Good.
Pretty good. I was going to say I haven't had too much to do, but that's a lie, especially with the release of a little movie.
Yeah. So normally we talk about what tokusatsu we've watched, but I'm just going to be outright and say I haven't watched any. So like I mean, that's not the reason we're not doing that segment, but I haven't watched any, so nothing there. But we are here, and we're not going to beat around the bush like we normally do. Mm-hmm. We are here because finally, after a whole year, we have made it.
Godzilla -1 has finally come out.
It's finally here. And if, like, honestly, I mean, this technically isn't the end of the year for us, because there's still one more episode and one or two more episodes this year. But if there was like a season finale, this is our season finale. Like, this whole month has been nothing but -1. This whole year has been nothing but -1.
Yeah, it's all been building up to this, really.
Right, because for anybody who's new, if you like -1, go watch Yamazaki's other films, and we have covered a good chunk of them. We've covered Returner, his second film, Space Battleship Yamato, his first really big budget blockbuster movie, Parasites Part 1 and 2, and
The Great War of Archimedes,
which is very relevant to -1.
Yeah, but we've also touched a little bit on arguably the most relevant films to -1, though we haven't done full episodes on them. The Always Sunset trilogy and Eternal Zero.
Correct. And then we've also, like, you and I both, I mean, we've done 2 bonus episodes covering the news for -1.
Right, yeah, that too.
So, I mean, there's probably 12 hours worth of audio that you guys could listen to for Yamazaki and getting a little bit more insight on -1.
God, we talk a lot, don't we?
We do. And you and I have not talked at all about -1. So,
well, not at all is a bit of a lie, but, you know.
Like 20 minutes. We have talked 20 minutes worth of -1. So, like, there is no way we are not going to, like, dive into, like, insane, like, everything here.
Yeah.
So, I guess let's tell the viewers where we're at in our -1 journey, because both you and I are now, we've lost our G cards. We live in a post Godzilla -1 world. So, and we've been saying that, like, that's the terms we've coined here. So first, how many times have you seen it? How many times are you planning on seeing it?
For me, I'll start with the fact that I have, as of just a couple hours ago, I have now seen the film 4 times.
Wow.
Yeah. I saw it twice in gold class at an early screening on November 30th. Both of those gold class screenings were on the same day. I didn't intend on
And
seeing
Gold
it
Pass, I
twice
mean,
in
it's
one
not
day.
like IMAX. It's just a regular theatrical screen.
It kind of just, as soon as the movie ended, you called me.
Right.
Yeah.
So for anybody who lives in the United States, and if you've gone to this chain, the Alamo Draft House, it's basically that.
Yeah, nah. I was like,
Actually, like it's exactly that, because Alamo Draft House does the exact same stuff.
And then, so those.
I peer pressured you. Literally, as the movie was ending, I called you. Because my showing ended the same time yours did.
I don't want to spoil my thoughts, but like, maybe I could. There's another showing in like 2 or 3 hours. Maybe I should go again.
So, I mean, we can say this, like, your reaction was the exact same reaction that I called you like 2 hours prior and did. Like, you and I had legitimately the exact same reaction. Like, it was to a T, beat for beat, same thing. You and I were saying the same thing, acting the same way. So I'm just going to say this. I feel like you and I are going to have similar opinions. We might have different criticisms or different things we appreciate, but I think at the end of the day, you and I are going to have the same effing opinion.
Oh yeah, 100%. I fully agree with you there. No, you're dead on. I think you're dead on.
So
have you seen my letterbox?
I haven't actually. I have tried to avoid reading and looking at what you said because I wanted to go in like completely blind with what you think.
As blind as you can, I guess.
Yes, and I've wanted to tell you so much because I know there's certain things you're going to like that I like, and there's certain things you're going to be like, "Yep, that's exactly what Elijah would say." But I've been like, I gotta hold off. And here we are. And I actually keep going. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Finish your experience.
Okay. And then, yesterday I saw it for a third time, just at a standard showing at my close by theater with one of my friends. And then today I saw it at the exact same theater, exact same room too, I think, with a few of my other friends.
Love that.
And I was just like that showing just finished about 4 hours prior to this recording.
So you've seen it 4 times.
Yes, and
right
because of all the times I've seen it and the amount of tickets I bought, because I bought all the tickets for my friends. They gave me money, of course, for it. But since I purchased all those, I now have enough points on my cinema membership to see it again for free.
So are you going to see it a 5th time?
I might see it one more time at the end of its run.
Gotcha. So you have me beat currently. I have only seen it 3 times.
Yeah, but you're going to have me beat. You're playing the long game here.
Oh yeah. So I saw it on the 29th, the premiere. I saw it in IMAX at the earliest showing, and as soon as that was over, I had to get in my car and drive 30 minutes to get to the next showing that started in 30 minutes.
I can't believe both of us saw it.
No, you and I both saw it twice on the premiere day. I love that. So I saw it in IMAX, drove 30 minutes. It started 30 minutes. I had to speed the whole way. For my second viewing, I had to... I'm going to be honest. I think I'm past the honeymoon phase. Because for the second showing, I had to write notes. Not only for the podcast, but Kaiju United asked me to write them a review to be like the complete circle of my Godzilla -1 coverage, because I wrote for them an article that has aged so good, like fine wine. Like, I was on point with that article. I am so proud of that article. Like, ooh. So then I drove and I went to Dolby. So I saw it in IMAX, and then I saw it in Dolby. And then after that, I had to stay up all night, get ready, fly out, meet with Jack and Nathan and his brother and Jack's sister. And we just hung out. I was exhausted. I'm happy we didn't see it Thursday. And then Friday, which was yesterday, today, I haven't slept yet. We saw it in 4DX, which this was my first time going to a Regal theater. So first time there, first time in 4DX. I've gone to MX 4D, but I've never done 4DX. And this is my fourth film in 4DX. The other ones were Jurassic World, Godzilla King of the Monsters, and Godzilla vs. Kong. Those were in MX 4D, which is the same thing. 4DX. Oh my God, my back is going to be broken. I will say this 4DX experience was the best 4D experience I've ever had. They went crazy on the movements. Like, if this is anything like what Godzilla the Ride is, oh my God, Yamazaki's a genius at theme park rides too. Like, wow. But I'll probably talk a bit more about that when we talk about the movie itself. But no, we did that. And then tomorrow/today, we might go see it again. We're going to the mall again, which is where the theater's at. And I'm going to suggest we go see it in IMAX or ScreenX. Either or. Just so I can add one more viewing. And then Sunday, when I get home, it's go straight to the theater, watch it again with a family member. And then starting Monday, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm going to a theater in the morning, and I am staying there all day to watch it for each viewing in ScreenX. And then Thursday, which currently when I get back, I'm going to have to text my coworkers because I've already asked to open on Thursday so I can get out at 4 or 5 and go see -1 twice on Thursday night. So by the time I'm done, it's going to be either 20 or 19.
Tad obsessive.
But alas, needless to say, -1 is going to be very much on my mind. And when I get back to work, that's all I'm going to talk about. But with that, I kind of feel like we should go ahead and transition into probably my most if we're talking episodes, this is before this my most excited topic we talked about was Shin Kamen Rider.
Right.
This is taking the cake. So we're going to see how well this goes against that. So, are you ready?
My body is ready.
So my first question to you is, Arega Gojira?
That is Godzilla.
The title for my Kaiju United review was, That is Godzilla. So I'm just going to jump in here and say right off the bat, we have the Toho opening logos, and then we get
Godzilla's
it's not
70th anniversary production.
Yes. I love that. That's very Japanese, and it makes sense. We've seen stuff like that before, but I just love that. I think that's such a cool little thing to do at the.
Yeah, that's right. That did appear in Final Wars, didn't it?
Yes, it did with the Godzilla 54
one. And 54 in the background. And then the Ifukube music.
Now, what's interesting is -1 does not have an opening title. This is the second Godzilla movie that hasn't had an opening title, because King of the Monsters did not either.
Right? Yeah, but both films end with the title.
Right. Kind of an interesting, that's something that I've always found interesting. The whole opening title and ending title, right? Final Wars kind of had both, because it had the Godzilla Final Wars Cal Cooper title sequence, but at the end it had Godzilla roaring and it ended with Godzilla.
Oh, and yeah, that too. Yeah.
And then I want to say Godzilla. Did Godzilla versus Kong have one? I don't think it did.
No,
I think it just had an opening.
No, it just had the opening credits.
Yeah. But I know some films do have opening and closing. I want to say a couple Marvel movies do, if I remember correctly.
Probably. Probably like an Avengers movie or something.
Yeah. But I think it's kind of fun. You know, to me, it kind of, that idea kind of just echoes like, you don't need to know, like, you know, the title of it. Like, it's the assumption of, you know, the title of this movie, you know what you're watching.
You know what ticket you paid.
Yeah. And the end title is more like a bow, like a final bow, like, this is Godzilla -1.
Yeah. Yeah,
this,
exactly.
You just experienced Godzilla -1. But after that, we get a couple of establishing shots and a couple of close-ups of a fighter jet flying
a
to an island.
To be specific.
Yes. To an island in 1945, right before the war ended, World War II.
Mm-hmm.
And this
island has an interesting name as well.
Yes. What's the name?
Odo Island.
Which you and I knew. I was told about that a while ago.
Right.
But what I didn't know is it was like, I thought they were just going to kind of pass it off, because they did that in Shin Godzilla. They were like, oh yeah, well, Goromaki was from Odo Island.
No, I figured they'd have a scene on there. I figured there'd be a scene.
I wasn't sure, but I love that it was like, it's actually relevant, and it comes up throughout the film.
Yeah. No, and this scene really sets the stage for the entire film, and the conflict of our main protagonist, who we're introduced to in this scene, Koichi Shikishima.
And I love Yamazaki knows how to frame a plane. Like, that's something that I learned in this opening.
I think he learned that from Eternal Zero.
No, I was going to say, like, I really want to watch Eternal Zero, because throughout the film, and I'll bring it up, these specific shots, but there are a ton of shots of the fighter jets and the battleships that Yamazaki just he knows how to make it's not a visually well, it is visually interesting. It's not a visually like unique shot, but it's very artistic. It's very stylized, but it's a nice stylized. It's like, oh, this is I love what I'm seeing here.
And I think it's, we brought up Eternal Zero. I think it's very worth noting that the Eternal Zero bleeds throughout this entire film, especially Shikishima's character.
Right. And I'm just going to say this now. This film, like everything about this film, is a Yamazaki movie. Like,
yes, 100%.
If you watch all of our coverage on Returner, Battleship Yamato, Parasite Part 1 and 2, Great War of Archimedes, and what you've talked about, Always Sunset 1, 2, 3, Ghost Book, and The Eternal Zero, everything we've said,
this is, as described in the press releases, the culmination of his work.
Yes.
It feels like it. If you've seen his films, this is the end result of what's come before.
Yes, this is undoubtedly a Takashi Yamazaki film. Like, this is, and I want to talk about this throughout, but this is, like I've been saying, this feels like the new Final Wars. This is absolutely the Final Wars of the Reiwa era, simply because Final Wars is undoubtedly a Ryuhei Kitamura film, which we talk about extensively in our Versus episode.
Mm-hmm.
this is undoubtedly Yamazaki. Like everything about it, its flaws and its pros, like everything about it is a
what's
Yamazaki
interesting
film.
is it feels like it also subverts. It feels like it subverts a bit of what you'd expect from a Yamazaki film.
A little bit, yeah. And you're mostly talking about the ending, correct?
The ending, and also like the one thing I'll say this early is that I think this film is perfectly paced. Like from beginning to end, I think this Yamazaki films tend to they're good, but they always go on for a little too long. Usually about 10, 15 minutes too long.
Yeah. Even
this film does not. This film, I'd say, is basically perfectly paced.
Right. Even my I'm just going to say it this way. My favorite Yamazaki film, Parasite Part 1, I think I even said in that you could cut out like 5 minutes. If I remember right from our recording, I said you could cut out about 5 minutes. But outside of that, like it's a perfect script. I love the Parasite Part 1 script.
Right. I mean, Parasite Part 1 isn't too long either, so it makes sense that there shouldn't be too much. Yeah, like I feel like his Always Sunset movies, they're all great. They go a tiny bit too long. They go about 10 minutes too long. Return is about 10 minutes too long. Yamato's about 20 minutes too long.
Yeah. His worst movie.
Yeah. Still okay movie, though.
Right. But no, so after we get the fighter jet flying and landing, we're introduced to our main character.
Yeah, Shikishima.
And he is clearly something's he gets out of the plane and we're established that they're repairing his plane, in air quotes. What I like about it though is they don't outright say he's here for repairs until much later, right?
They just kind of infer.
Yes. That's something Yamazaki always trusts, that his audience.
Yeah, Yamazaki trusts the audience in pretty much all of his movies.
Yes. He trusts them to be able to understand what's going on, which is something Christopher Nolan does as well, and that's something Jack brought up when him and I talked about Oppenheimer. Like,
I mean that trust that Yamazaki has is prevalent throughout the film, like with the photos that I'm sure we'll talk about a bit later as well, because they don't directly tell you what the photos are, but then when you first get an actual look at the photos, you're like, oh, and then they tell you a bit later.
Right, and that's something I'll just say this script is written a lot like how he did Parasite Part 1, how things were established and then paid off.
Yes, 100%.
Which is a little hint at my opinion.
Just a little.
Just a tiny little bit here.
Yeah, going back to the story here. So, yeah, a group of mechanics on Odo Island are taking a look at at his Zero Fighter, and the leader of this group, the chief of this group, Tachibana, talks a bit to Shikishima, like, good work on landing here. Bit of a crappy runway, but we can't find any issues on your plane. And he's very obviously, thanks to the performances of the actors, it's very clear to the audience that Shikishima establishes that he's a kamikaze pilot, and it's very clear that he's abandoned his duty and it's just hiding out on the island. Which,
real quick, Tachibana, do you think that's a Shin Godzilla reference or a GMK reference, or both?
I'm gonna be honest. When I think of the name Tachibana, I ever think of either GMK or Kamen Rider.
Yeah. No,
I
thought that was kind of a cool thing.
Intentional reference. I feel like there's definitely references to GMK later on, whether intentional or not. Very similar sequences. But I don't know if this one was necessarily intentional.
In this movie, I think there's a Taki and a Tachibana, so there is both.
Yeah, there is a Taki. In this, one of the mechanics is named Taki.
So, fun little thing. Probably not meant to be a Kamen Rider or Shin Kamen Rider reference, but it is a little fun thing to at least take note of.
Tachibana Taki? Yeah, now that I think about that, maybe that is a Kamen Rider reference, actually. I didn't think about that. But you know what? That's a good point.
Which we were, again, I found out, I was told he was a kamikaze pilot and he was a coward. So that was something I already knew about.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's interesting. That knowledge was very interesting to me when I watched Eternal Zero. And, a big part of the plot in that movie is of our main characters in the present finding out about their grandfather, who is known by most people who'd been around him as being a coward of a fighter pilot who was a kamikaze pilot, but he would always leave the battle. His plane would always come back without a scratch on it. So that was very interesting to me when I watched that, and I could definitely feel that character's name was Miyabi, and I could definitely got a similar feeling of Miyabi from Shikishima, even though they are very different characters with different conflicts.
Right. And I have been wondering if... I mean, this film definitely feels like he took aspects of Archimedes, Eternal Zero,
and the Always trilogy.
And the Always trilogy, and heavily worked those in.
100%. I mean, this is basically a stealth 10th anniversary remake of Eternal Zero.
Now, what's interesting is, so Kamiki's character doesn't respond when Tachibana makes the assumption. He kind of,
Tachibana never directly states what he's thinking, but you could tell they both know what's in each other's minds.
Right, they're both aware. And
which credit to the performances of both Ryunosuke Kamiki and Munetaka Aoki in this scene.
No, I love the acting in this movie.
The performances are all pretty great.
Yeah, and I'm going to highlight one later that I think you will heavily appreciate. But he storms off because he doesn't appreciate the assumption, even though he knows, deep down that is the truth. And as he sits,
interestingly, I read there's a novelization of a film written by Yamazaki, and interestingly, it actually expands a little bit on this and how he actually, not a huge deal, but it expands a little bit on this, on why he went to Odo Island specifically, because he thought it'd be easier going to the mechanics who would chew him out less than the superior officer. And there's even an extra scene that I'll bring up a tad bit later, but continue.
Well, I was just going to say, following this, one of the mechanics, so Kamiki's character storms off, sits down at the shore, and one of the other mechanics says that he doesn't blame him, and basically says this war is stupid.
Right. Why die honorably when the outcome is already clear?
Right. And honor and death is something very important in this film.
Oh, yeah.
And they almost contrast each other with their importance. Honor isn't necessarily met by death, and death isn't necessarily meant honor.
Yeah, and there's a big theme of the film is life in and of itself, to live, what it means to live.
Which I love that. That isn't something you've really seen in the Godzilla universe when it comes to
no, not
human
really.
characters. I mean, the Kiryu saga touched on it when in terms of Godzilla and putting his bones back into the sea, but
elements, it's something that has been touched on a little in the franchise, but never to this extent.
Right, and putting it in the post-war era Japan, like that is so valuable to this film. That helps it so much.
Right.
But we'll talk about that as that becomes more and more important. But one thing I did find a little weird was as Kamiki's character is sitting there on the rocks, he looks down and there's these weird fish that are floating just dead.
Yeah.
I always took that as a little bit of a reference to the oxygen destroyer and the death of the fish.
Possibly. I mean,
but also,
I think the idea is that like
the radiation.
I don't think it's radiation actually, because like later in the film they talk about how like they talk about specifically and in their strategy to kill Godzilla. Spoilers. This episode's going to have a lot of spoilers, by the way, so go watch the movie.
Yeah. We're going to break down the entire film.
Like they talk a bit about like how pressure in the water, like when a sea creature rises so rapidly, it causes the pressure can kill them essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So how I'm interpreting it potentially based on the novel is that perhaps the pressure of them rising in fear from Godzilla is what's killing them. Maybe I could be completely off the mark on that, but that's just a thought I had. But
gotcha.
Either way, the novel clarifies that they look weird because they've regurgitated their stomachs.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So, well, that I'm happy I learned.
That's why they look weird.
Because like the whole time I like during my viewings, I've been staring at them like, what are these? Like they don't even look like fish. They look like they have a huge eyeball.
Honestly, deep sea fish are just weird looking things. So I can suspend my disbelief. Even before.
Well, I mean, they're not too like weird. Them like, oh, this takes me out. It's more like, what are like out of sheer interest? Like, what are these? What?
Right. Yeah.
Where do they come from? That's so interesting. Like it just draws me in. Like that's all that does is just drawing me in. And it's a great way to start this film because I mean, right off the bat, like we're established our main character, we're established his biggest problem, and we are already introduced to the mystery.
Got a bad omen.
Right, and that this is within the first 2 minutes. And we are drawn in immediately. We're asking questions, we're understanding things, and it just keeps rolling. Following this, it cuts to the night of the same day where to my understanding, it was after dinner.
Yeah, so it's in the film, Kamiki's just coming back from like he sat at the rocky like water area for like hours until nightfall, and now he's coming back. In the novel, in the film, this scene just goes straight into the action. But in the novel, there's a little bit of an extra moment where Kamiki actually gets to go inside and have dinner with all the mechanics, and he realizes that they all actually like his secret's safe with them. They all respect his decision, and there's also a bit of exposition on the deep sea fish and them being their relation to a local legend.
Well, real quick, I'm kind of happy they cut that because that would have thrown Tachibana's character kind of off kilter. Because in the movie, Tachibana like blames him for not upholding his duty.
I mean, for me, it's less that Tachibana blames him for his duty and more that Tachibana blames him for the upcoming death of all the mechanics.
Right, but even then, like...
Because it's Sakura Ando's character, Sumiko, who blames him for not upholding his duty.
But Tachibana also has a line later in the film that says, "You're finally ready," in reference to being a kamikaze pilot.
I mean, I feel like that was more a callback to him just freezing up when he was later in the sequence that's coming.
Maybe. But either way, I feel like there was a assumption that the audience could make that Tachibana wasn't entirely okay with that decision.
I can see how you'd read that with his performance. I can,
yes.
I can see where you'd get that idea.
Later on, obviously,
either way, I think it still works no matter what.
Maybe.
But if there's one thing I'd say that is a little better with this extra scene, is that I feel like the exposition of the local legend is a bit less clunky here.
Yeah, because so Kamiki's character walks out, and then sirens go off, right?
Yeah.
Which a little weird, like where, like I this is both something I like and something I don't like. They don't establish what Odo Island really is. It looks just like a abandoned tropical island. But there's sirens, and it's established there's locals and there's legends. So it's like, what kind of civilization is here? Like, this isn't the Odo Island that was in 54, right? Because the Odo Island in 54 was more...
I mean, we only see the military base.
We do, but, like, the fact that the sirens go off kind of... I don't know. There's a mystery to Odo Island. So there's just a lot of questions that I have for that mystery that just don't get solved, which is fine. I don't have an issue with that. But there is a lot you could explore with that. But again, I'm not complaining because it is kind of nice to not have the same old, like, here's the origins of Godzilla, because we have that.
Right.
We've had that over and over and over and over again. And here we are getting a Godzilla where we don't get that entirely. This is not an origin story. This is what will happen. What do you do?
Right. But yeah, now during the sirens, everyone panics. Everyone's grabbing their guns. And there is a loud roar. Following this roar, some of one of the random mechanics just starts talking about it must be Godzilla. It's a local legend. Which, like you said, is a little clunky because they just kind of roll with it. Yeah, it's not terrible. It just it's a tad jarring.
Yeah.
Nothing too bad, just tad jarring. I thought it was a bit more natural in the dinner scene that's in the novel.
And see, for me, it's one of those things where it's like, it works, right? Like, it doesn't not work.
It does its job.
But one thing I love about the original 54 Odo Island stuff is you don't get told a lot, but what you are told is Godzilla's a legend, and they really give him more of a godlike feeling. Like, instead of just this, like, crypto, like, legend that they kind of play it off as in -1, they go full in, like, this is a god. This is deity, right? Like, we sacrificed women to Godzilla so that it wouldn't kill us. That's straight out of, like, some sort of mythology.
Right. Very King Kong-esque as well.
Yeah. When I hear that, I immediately think of the Kraken from Clash of the Titans, but I'm sure it's from plenty of other things as well. So, like, I like that, but I don't like, again, it works. Like, they're just cutting straight to the chase.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Speaking of cutting straight to the chase, yeah,
Godzilla shows up very quick.
Yeah, Tachibana calls for Taki to turn on a light. They shine light, and Godzilla appears with a bit of a jump scare.
But he's also different.
Yeah, he's a bit small, and he's a bit dinosaur-like.
Yeah. And he has different roars. That's not just the 54 roar.
Right, he has the 54 roar and then just stock dinosaur roars.
So this has been something you and I have known about for a while as well.
Mm-hmm.
We've called it Proto-Godzilla, but it's more akin to Godzillasaurus, but in like the novel, it's written as Gojira in hiragana.
No. That's a bit inaccurate. In the novel and in merchandise, it's written as Gojira instead of as it would typically be written and is written later in katakana. That's what Godzilla is typically, his name is typically written in. This is a combination of three kanji.
Oh, it's kanji.
Yes.
Okay. You know, it's kind of interesting that it's kanji because, you know, hiragana is like your traditional, like this is Japanese terms and whatnot. And then you've got katakana, which is usually used for foreign words. And then kanji is more of like symbols and meanings to kind of contextualize what you're talking about. So what do the kanji characters mean?
I don't think there's really any I don't think there's any significance to the kanji used. I think it's just the kanji that when put together would have a pronunciation of Gojira.
Okay, gotcha. Interesting. See, I think it's really interesting that they didn't just name it Godzillasaurus. Like they've already got that trademark.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is the locals call it Gojira or Godzilla, so you know,
right? Fair
enough for the movie for them to just call it that. Would be nice to get another name for the film, though.
Yeah, I would agree. And this whole scene's kind of very much like Godzilla versus King Ghidorah's Godzillasaurus scene, but with a little bit more. It's a little more polished.
Yeah, but that was the Heisei era, to be fair.
This is true.
That was post-Biollante Heisei.
But no, like, saying that, like, the effects on this look great.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And this scene is, one thing, this is a very horror-esque sequence. And, I was, on my fourth viewing, I saw it with a few friends on my fourth viewing, and I specifically sat next to one person who I thought I would wanted to see if she would react to the scares, and she very much jumped when Godzillasaurus first appeared.
Well, so the way they kind of frame it, it kind of reminds me of like Jurassic Park with the T-Rex.
It is sort of similar, yeah. I mean, it helps that Godzilla is in this form, he's very T-Rex-like.
Right. And so the garrison of mechanics and Kamiki's character run to a little camouflage area to hide as Godzilla just destroys the camp.
And this is where Tachibana suggests to Kamiki, "You're the only gunner here. Go to your fighter, see if you can shoot that thing."
And Kamiki's like, "Well, I don't think that's going to work." But Tachibana says it's a 30 millimeter gun.
Can kill anything.
Which, had he done that, I think nothing would have happened.
Yeah, especially, it's not established in the film, but in the novel, it's basically confirmed that later on, Godzilla has a healing ability in the film. The novel basically suggests that he had that as Godzillasaurus. So, this literally would have been Shikishima throwing his life away.
Interesting. But Kamiki does go over there, and he shakes, he stalls up in fear. And one of the mechanics stupidly, like, just fires his weapon. And that sets Godzilla off, and Godzilla starts towards the little trench, and everybody has to get out. And this is the most violent sequence in any Godzilla movie when it comes to the human characters with the kaiju. Like, oh my god.
It's helped by how just small, like, since he's in his Godzillasaurus form, he's only about 15 meters tall, I believe. And so,
Roughly,
like,
yeah.
you really get to, like, see him, like, up and personal, like, not just dealing with crowds, he's dealing with these people as individuals, you know?
Right. No, because they all get out of the trench. Some of them injured. Tachibana's one of them.
Tachibana's leg gets broken or something. And then he walks with a limp for the rest of the movie.
And so they're all trying to fight Godzillasaurus. And Godzillasaurus is like literally using his mouth and grabbing them and tossing them.
Right, stepping on a couple of the others.
And smashing some with their tail, very much like Godzillasaurus did in Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah with the American troops. Tachibana survives, and Kamiki's character survives, but as Kamiki's running away, Godzillasaurus grabs his fighter plane and tosses it, which it's still armed, so there's weapons, and it blows up. It tosses Kamiki's character, and this kind of reminded me of the of Joe Brody, of Ford Brody from 2014, a little bit, with how, you know, he passes out and then wakes up to keep the story going. I kind of got those vibes here a little bit.
I didn't really, but I can see that a little.
And honestly, throughout this film, I kind of feel like at certain points, Kamiki's character is kind of like Ford Brody.
See, I'm not reminded of Ford. I'm reminded of Miyabe from Eternal Zero.
I mean, it probably is that. But there definitely is a little bit of 2014 influence in here. Not a lot, just a little bit.
I guess so.
So Kamiki wakes up the next day to find that everybody who's died is now lined up to be buried.
Mm-hmm.
By Tachibana, who is dragging over, I'm going to guess, the last remaining body.
Yeah.
Which, in this sequence, I love the camera work. I only noticed this, like, in my most recent viewing. The way it's shot is Tachibana is on the screen left rule of thirds line. And it's following him, and it keeps the dead bodies in the frame at all times. Not all of them, but those are kept in the frame. And then it cuts to Kamiki's perspective, and he's on the right rule of thirds line, and the bodies are still there, but also kind of not. They're not as clearly there as they were in Tachibana's point of view, perspective, however you want to call it. And then it cuts to a back shot of Tachibana's character as he's reached the same point, same line as Kamiki initially. And it cuts to a back shot where now Tachibana is the one in the foreground, or the one closest to the camera, and all the bodies are once again in the scene, and you can see it very clearly. And I like that. I like that rule of thirds and how the camera was tracking and following our characters. In a way, it kind of shows that, like, Tachibana is all about the fact that all of his men have died. He was the leader, so it's technically on him if you want to go that far. And, you know, Kamiki's over here. Yeah. I mean, Tachibana kind of forces Kamiki into that position with what we get in the next scene. But no, like, Tachibana is just crestfallen from this event and definitely blames Kamiki's character for all of it.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, the next scene jumps to a boat in the water. And I love the, like, the way it's a fixed camera angle.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might pan up. I think.
I don't think it does. Maybe subtly. I'm not sure.
Subtly, yeah. And it's this boat that's carrying all of the probably Pacific Island Japanese men who were stationed on those islands following the end of World War II. But the boat is perfectly in center with the waves on the screen left and screen right of it. And I love that shot. Like the visual symmetry there, it's so beautiful. And all of the military men are like in brown clothing, and the sea is like this royal blue green. That's so beautiful. I love that. I love that sequence.
Oh, yeah. Lots of gorgeous shots like that throughout this entire film. But yeah, during this scene, we see Shikishima, who is approached by a now limping Tachibana, who hands him a little item that we don't see until a bit later, but essentially it's photos of the mechanics and all their families.
And once Kamiki sees what it is, he like freaks out, but he like
He's
quickly
horrified.
like conceals it. Like, I mean, it establishes he's haunted by that. Like that horrifies him.
Right.
And from here we cut to Tokyo. Is it May? December of 45 in Tokyo, where it is absolutely trashed.
Yep.
And honestly, being at essentially ground zero is kind of scary. Like you get to see like up front and personal, like what happened to the Japanese citizens. And it's depressing.
Right. And the music is really eerie in this scene as well.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, throughout the entire first act, and particularly, it's really, really eerie throughout the entire first act. But anytime Godzilla shows up prior to the Ginza sequence, the music really, it's very evocative of, in a way, kind of similar to 54's like sound design with the, Godzilla's footsteps being like a bomb being dropped. The music in Godzilla scenes is like an air raid siren.
Yeah.
And I love that.
No,
that is one of my favorite details that I kind of noticed it on my second watch, but I really was like, that's what it is on my third watch. And I love that detail. I love that.
The track,
completely.
Let me pull up the track.
It's in the track Fear, which is when
Confusion.
Godzillasaurus shows up, and then Confusion as well, which is in the boat scene, if I remember right. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll talk about Confusion a little later then, because that one I have some thoughts. No, see, a lot of Sato's original music here in the beginning is more of it's set a mood. It's like atmospheric.
Right.
It's
very different to what I expected the score to be, but in a very fitting and very good way.
And what I do like is Sato does differentiate during certain points, more so than what Shiro Segisu, did I say his name right? Composer of Shin Godzilla? Segisu,
yeah.
Okay. So, like, his score doesn't really match throughout. For me, I have a lot of problems.
I disagree. I disagree with that.
I think, like, his score also has a wide variety of genres and how it is shown off, but it doesn't work as well as I think Sato's score does. Sato's score is a little more in line with everything going on, and then the Ifukube track, spoiler alert, do stand out, but I'm fine with that because it's Ifukube. You can't. There is no way now to make a Godzilla movie where the Ifukube tracks don't stand out unless you're just doing straight up all Ifukube. And at that point, what's like, A, you don't need a composer, and B, why would you not get a composer? Because Godzilla's like one of his biggest things is having very intellectually smart composers who are doing God's work with the scores, unless you're named Adam Wingard and you're throwing on a dude that just sits in his room and just hits buttons and thinks he makes music.
I mean, the thing with the Ifukube themes is they used very sparingly.
And they're used amazingly.
They're used at the appropriate moments.
And something that they do that Shin Godzilla didn't do was re-record them and make them like fit
very exciting
and work. But we'll talk about that a little later. Because we're introduced to your favorite actress in this film.
Sakura Ando. Yeah. She plays Sumiko Ota, whom is Shikishima's neighbor. She spots him when he returns to his now destroyed home. Both are in. Shikishima is in despair, not knowing where his parents are, and Sakura Ando is like, "What? I thought you were a kamikaze pilot." And then quickly she realizes that he abandoned his duty and calls him a disgrace, blaming him for the death of her 3 children during the air raids of Tokyo. And she also informs Shikishima that his parents have died in the air raids.
And that's something like they really destroy Shikishima in this film.
Yes. Oh yeah.
And that's on I love that. Like the character writing for Shikishima and Kamiki's acting.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's so good. Because now not only is Shikishima dealing with the fear of Godzilla, but he's also dealing with the deaths of a dozen men. Now,
which he blames himself for.
The death of his neighbor's 3 children, which he's clearly close to Sakura Ando's character because she's really important. And now in a way he's probably handling it that partly why his parents died is because of him and the loss of the war, right? So and partially why Shikishima survived is his mother wrote him a letter saying come back alive. So he stayed alive to be with his parents.
In a cruel twist of fate, his parents died anyways.
Right. And in a way it's if I was in that situation, depression would kick in and I would say, why am I even here?
Mm-hmm.
He's
suffering from his own mental issues following this, as we see a bit later.
Right. And Sakura Ando just rips into him and makes him feel awful.
Yeah. She's good at doing that.
One thing I thought that was
love exposure.
I should. One thing I thought was really interesting about all of this is they are literally just living in debris.
Yeah.
There's no refugee homes, there's no tents. They're all just
nothing.
They're literally grabbing debris and just building what they can.
Yeah. Which is what Kamiki does or Shikishima does, because he ends up building out of what materials he can find. He builds a makeshift hut on what was his house. Right.
And that's such a being able to be on ground zero and see what the human this film, the way they do the human characters is so you get to see everything.
Right.
And Godzilla's small enough that you get to see the personalized what is happening around Godzilla as he's moving. And, I brought that up in the trailer breakdowns we've done. But watching people literally get trampled by him is so horrifying.
Right. And he's not so big that it just feels like it feels more grounded with him being only 50 meters in this movie.
Right.
Rather than the 100 plus meters of more recent films.
Right. And, being able to see how they're living. And we get to follow that as they continue to develop and rebuild. Normally with rebuilding, the monster destroys the city. We might get a little bit of the reconstruction process.
And a brief montage, yeah.
Yeah. But they skip over that. But here, that is what we're living in. And it is a constant reminder of the war. Like, nobody is letting go of the war. Which echoes the line from Shin Godzilla, post-war lasts forever, which is such a deep and like important line in Shin Godzilla that summarizes the entire franchise. And here we see why. Like, we see our characters go from war to post-war, and they never get away from that. In a way, it's kind of like, and this is because I can only relate it to stuff I've dealt with. COVID. Like, the COVID thing will never go away now.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up, actually, because not this scene, but there are scenes later in the film, because this film's production or pre-production was halted by COVID.
Mm-hmm.
There were revisions to the script that were very much influenced by COVID. There's some lines that took influence from that.
I want you to tell. I don't know this, so please, when we hit those points, like,
I'll mention it when we're introduced to, when we get to a certain.
But
scene.
no, I feel like COVID-19 will last forever. Masks are forever a thing now in society. The COVID vaccine, like, people, was theorized that will be a yearly thing. That is going to be a yearly thing. It'll just be like the influenza.
It'll definitely be like, you get like, school kids always get vaccines in schools. That I'm sure that'll be like commonplace in schools in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Just like all the other ones that they give you.
Absolutely. So, like, to me, that's kind of what I like relate to it, what I think of, because like that will forever be a thing. Like, Zoom calls, like remote working will forever be something in society now. Like, and when we will talk about remote working and remote learning, it will go back to COVID. Like, our society has...
And no one who lived through that is going to forget it either.
Right. Now, I'm not saying COVID is the same as World War II. Like, that's not what I'm saying here. But for us, our generation, like, that is a similar thing. That, like, COVID will forever be something impacting our culture and our pop culture. In 10 years from now, I guarantee you see a huge influx of COVID-inspired filmmaking from filmmakers that grew up in COVID-19.
I mean, we've already seen some films like that, like Host, Yuzo for Kaiju.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't doubt we'll see more. I fully believe we will. And in a way, this is kind of one of those films in a certain sense.
Right. And so some time passes. Now, this is where I'm going to establish my biggest issue with this film. And I'm sure you already know what I'm about to say. Because I've said it in like 5 episodes already. Yamazaki cannot clarify time jumps very well. Now, there's certain points in this film where they're decent. But I cannot tell for the life of me. Some of the time jumps here just don't make sense, and they're not established, and you kind of have to figure it out. There are title cards.
He trusts his audience.
He does, and it doesn't work.
I mean, I feel it does. Like this next scene, for example. So we cut to, in the novel, it's confirmed that this is about 3 days later. That's not stated in the film, but you can infer it's either like the next day or like a little bit of time has passed. Like, I
just assumed a little bit of time, but I don't know how long.
Right, but how long doesn't really matter.
But I still want to know what I'm looking at timeline wise.
Sure, but it doesn't. Not knowing doesn't really affect the film itself.
Not really until later on when they're just kind of jumping. Now, like I said, like, now there's established title cards, and There is at one point a character does say that there's a 10-day time, and later on they establish like hours and whatnot. But there is still a few moments in this film that jump and they don't clarify. And it's like, okay, how long? Like, is this a couple months? Is this a couple days? Like, what? A couple weeks? Mostly after our two main characters intertwine. Jumping from then until the Ginza sequence is sometimes a little difficult to.
Honestly, I think the way the film handles it is fine. Like it's
fine, but it doesn't.
enough.
It still hits the Yamazaki problem for me.
You don't really need to know exactly when. Like, I feel it's a little bit of an issue in Parasite when like it it's been like months or however long since
certain
Shinichi had first met Migi, and like that relationship is important, and like it's not really clear that it had been a couple months. So that I feel like that film could have used maybe a little bit clearer, it being a little bit clearer there. But here it's like we get a fair idea of the time span, of the rough time span between events, because this film takes place over about a 2-year period.
I'd say for the most part it does, but there's certain moments where it does not.
Or probably like 2.5-year period, sorry.
Yeah. But we do get a sequence where we see Kamiki's character going back into normal life.
I mean, he's just trying to get some food from the black markets.
Yeah, I mean, but it's kind of clarified, like that's the only way they can eat.
Yeah.
And while he's eating, suddenly this woman who's being shouted, like people behind her shouting and calling her a thief, runs up. He like gets in the way. She gives him a child and runs off.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will say this beginning interaction's a little wonky. Like, I mean, as it continues, it's not an issue, but it is a little like, what just happened?
It's fine. I don't have the issue here.
She gives Kamiki the child. She runs off. Kamiki just is like, I don't know what I'm doing. A few hours go by. He's still there. Eventually, he tries to abandon the child, cannot, walks away with the child. She appears. Now, I will say the whole thief thing kind of reminded me of Anne's introduction in King Kong, with the whole, like, accused to be a thief and Carl Denham saves the day and whatnot. I mean, I'm not saying that's an exact reference, but it did remind me of that a little bit.
Gonna be honest, I don't remember the original King Kong enough.
I mean, it's in the 2005 film, too.
I haven't seen that in a decade, man.
Well, now you're just a fake fan.
Hey, I never said I was the biggest fan of King Kong. There's only two good King Kong movies, and they were made by Toho.
This is true. Not really. Not that part. But okay, so I do need a little bit of clarification.
Okay.
When Kamiki's walking away and she pops out, she says Oni-san.
Yeah, she's just referring to, that's kind of just like it can be used for like brother. That's what it's typically
okay,
used for,
so I'm not crazy.
But it can also just be used for like a guy you've never met. It can.
So I'm not crazy because in the theater when I was sitting there for the first time, I was like, Oni-san, brother? Do they know each other? And you could, I mean, the way they interact initially is a little like they know each other. And I was like, are they brother and sister? And then like later on, he's like asking,
that'd be a very
who are you?
Relationship later on.
It'd be weird. But then like he's like asking who she is, what her name is. I'm like, so they're not related, but she called him Oni-san. Now, and then I was like, is she just calling him brother? Because like, I mean, sometimes people do that. They're like, hey sis, hey brother, hey bro.
Yeah.
Hulk
sometimes
Hogan's
Oni-san is just used, I guess, in Japanese, yeah.
Because,
it's not terribly uncommon. It's like hearing Oji-san as well. Because like Oji-san can mean uncle, but it can also just mean, hey, mister. Like, it can
Right.
just refer to a mister that you've never met before.
I kind of thought maybe it's like when Hulk Hogan's like, "It's the wall, brother. Brother, I'm telling you, don't do drugs, brother."
Okay, then. Okay.
So thank you. I'm not crazy. But after that, you might think I am. But I digress.
You are.
Now, I love I love the following events. She just follows him and he's like, "Please don't follow me." Well, like, don't. And she just continues. Like, he doesn't stop her. Now, love at first sight?
It's purely because of his answer to the question she asked, where she's like, "Why didn't you leave the baby?" And he's like, "In that place?" And she's like, "Ooh, interesting."
And see, I love the relationship because, like, it would be forbidden for them to do anything, so they don't do anything. At least that's what I thought was implied. Like, they didn't do anything. And there's a couple reasons for that, but it also creates this tension that's kind of nice. And I'll talk about that as we continue, but I love the tension between the two. There's really good chemistry and really good tension throughout the film.
I mean, they would go on to star in a morning drama together, so you'd hope they'd have good chemistry.
Right. So she follows Kamiki back to his house, which is now built out of rubble. Like, he now has a house that, I mean, is it, I don't know, maybe it's not a house. Maybe it's a hut.
I call it a hut. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We're on the same...
Hut, shack, same difference.
Yeah.
It's not really
It's
a house until a bit later.
Yeah. So he's giving her food and she's clarifying she's not married. Kamiki's like, "Oh my God, like, who are you? Like, you're not married? Who's the kid?" Then he finds out the kid's not hers. And, you know, they continue on their way and continue learning about each other, about Kamiki's parents and whatnot.
For clarification, the kid, she saved the child whose name's Akiko from...
Written in katakana.
Yeah, but in the novel, the name's written in kanji.
Really? See, when I saw the katakana, I was like, huh. Normally names are written in kanji. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. I there might be a reason why. I don't know.
I don't know. I just know that I thought that was interesting.
I definitely took note of that as well when I saw that.
The joys of studying Japanese.
But yeah, no. Akiko's parents died in the air raid, and her mother desperately gave the baby to Noriko and told her to save the child, essentially.
And so they kind of relate on the whole, like, lost family thing. I mean, essentially, they've all lost their parents.
All three of these people have lost their parents in the air raids.
So that's kind of how they're connected and they're drawn together. But what's funny is...
Which also makes it more interesting how the air raid sirens in the music with Godzilla's appearances as well.
Right. And what's so interesting is they don't... I mean, they absolutely talk about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but they mostly linger on the air raids because the air raids caused more death and destruction than the bombings did.
I mean, they're also in Tokyo where the air raids happen.
Right. But I think that's kind of interesting. Like, we hear so much about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but this film only mildly talks about them. But I love when they do, which we will. We will. I'm not going to not talk about that. Like, that's like my jaw hit the floor. But we'll talk about that a little later. I did think it was funny how quickly Noriko fell asleep. Like, he looks away for 20 seconds and he looks back and they're already asleep. It's like,
no, that's a very relatable moment. I'm going to be honest.
Not for me. For me, it's like, you got to give me 30 minutes to sleep.
No. Not for me. I was at a party the other week and I swear I'd look away for 5 seconds. Bro was hammered. He'd be face first on the grass. And I'm like, how did this happen? I've been here for 5 minutes. It's a very relatable situation.
Now, after this, we get Kamiki's character going out to look for work. When
yes.
Sakura Ando's character stops him, is like, who's the woman, who's the child, like prying, because I think it's still kind of taboo today. The idea of a man living with a woman, they are not married, is taboo, and a woman not being married and having a child's taboo.
I mean, she's more just mad at him. She's just more just like, oh, you're playing hero now? You're helping these innocent people, but you didn't honor your country? What the hell? My children died? Like, she's more mad about that than necessarily a taboo aspect to the relationship.
But I definitely think there's some judgment. I mean, there's judgment throughout the film with that. No, Sakura Ando's character in this opening is like really...
She's really mean.
She guilt trips. Like, she's the woman that's like, fine, I guess I'll do this myself and hurt myself in the process. And it's like, don't say that. Like, you, like...
Right, but she did lose her children, so...
I mean, this is true.
All three of them in the air raid, so, you know.
But, no, throughout the next few minutes here, we get a lot of shots of destroyed Tokyo. And I love it. It's so good. It's so good. The set design is amazing.
Oh, yeah. No, the soundstage, like, yeah, it's a very detailed set, and the CG, like, elements, because a lot of the background was green screen for these shots, and it's been filled in with CG. And the CG is like practically invisible. Mm-hmm. In a way similar to how, like, in 54, there's a lot of matte paintings on Odo Island that, like, completely invisible. You
right.
Like, if you don't know where they are, you're not going to notice at all.
See, that kind of reminds me of in Parasite, because in Parasite, the 2019 Bong Joon-ho film, right. The CGI is like invisible throughout.
Yeah, for like the house as well, like the whole top half of the house is CG.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, there's a lot. Like it's not, the CG is not like necessarily the best Hollywood like top level VFX.
It's not Planet of the Apes.
No, but it's not far off either, you know?
I'll be honest, 90% of the CGI in this film I cannot see.
Yeah, no, there's a lot that is just outright invisible.
We before we started recording, we watched the behind the scenes feature that's on YouTube right now. And genuinely, like, you had to stop it and go back, because I was like, hold on, those people were CG?
Yeah, no, I was surprised when I first saw it as well, and I'm like, wait, those people are CGI? What? Like, I'm not surprised that some were CGI, but there's a lot that, like, you know, you'd look at them and be like, those look like real people.
And, like, all the CGI has its own, like, all the models have their own animation. They don't recycle animated, like, cycles. I, like, genuinely, like, the amount of detail they put into this film blows me away.
This film is breathtaking to look at from beginning to end. And it even has that lighting that you were very much looking forward to.
No, what's funny is, like, when we did Parasite Part 2, and I was like, oh, that lighting, because the final fight of that movie is beautiful. I love that final fight. That's what this entire movie is. Like, the lighting is, it's not artificial, it's natural, and it glows.
Right.
The lighting glows. It's so beautiful. And the way they light up the faces, half lit and whatnot, I just love it. I love the color in this film. It's both really dull and really popish. Like, it pops out or it's really dull. I love it. That's amazing.
Yeah, no, this film has a beautiful look to it. But yeah, after guilt tripping Shikishima a bit. When he's going to leave, Sumiko stops him and asks, "Can the girl Can the girl breastfeed?" No, she can't because Noriko's not the mother and she's a bit young for it. So Sumiko ends up helping them out a bit, gives them food, and yeah.
And guilt tripped them for her giving them her rice.
There goes my precious rice.
And then we get, after that, I believe we jump a little bit of time. This is one of those moments where it's like, oh, how much time? No, they don't have a timestamp for this one.
There's a timestamp.
Is there?
Yeah. Because this is when he gets a job, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's raining. There's a timestamp.
Okay.
I want to say this is when we go to 46.
Yeah, like early 46.
Yeah, I don't think it's March. I can't remember.
April?
Exactly.
Is it April?
It's either March or it's somewhere in the middle of the year. I don't quite remember.
But we get a glimpse at the development of Noriko and Kamiki, which I love.
Right. I mean, the hut has grown a little bit. Still not great. It's a bit more of a shack rather than a small hut. And, their clothes are a bit...
they're nicer.
A bit nicer, yeah.
Yeah, and that's something I love is the costume design in this film is also really, really good.
Oh, yeah.
I don't usually stop to point out the costume design, but the way we see the development of Kamiki and Noriko's, I don't know why I'm saying Noriko and Kamiki, because one's a character, one's an actor. Hamabe and Kamiki's characters, we watch them go from these tattered and torn cloth to it gradually gets better. Then they get dirty, nice clothing, and then they get nice basic clothing, and then they get nice clothes. I love that. I love because we get to watch them go from 0 to +1. We see them develop, and then on a materialistic level, right? We see them grow. But Yamazaki makes it a point to clarify just because the material things are there, your life isn't better. Because even with that development and that growth physically and financially, that doesn't make them happy. It's what is going on in their heads mentally and emotionally. That's what brings people up. And I love that. I think that's something, especially in the world we live in now, that's something to think about. Not everything's what you have physically. It's what's going on mentally. And this film does a great job covering mental health and the impacts of war and what Godzilla could do to somebody.
Yeah. In this scene, Shikishima Kamiki comes back to the house and he's gotten a new job, even having a 3,000 yen advance pay, which at that time would have been, that's not much now, but at that time that would have been pretty good money, all things considered. Yeah. Especially in post-war Japan, actually. Mm-hmm. Any money's good.
And we get to see the first official connection bond that Hamabe and Kamiki's characters have. Because she gets concerned because the job is considered risky.
Yeah.
But Kamiki says that he has to make the money for her and the child.
Plus, it's not that bad of a job. We've got a special made ship to keep us safe.
Which
leads to a very fun edit.
Yeah, so we cut to Kamiki reacting to this specialized boat, and I wanted to say here, the subtle comedy is great because that's what this film does. It has subtle comedy.
Right, yeah.
Most of it's from the captain of the boat, but it's not like Marvel comedy where it's ha ha, please laugh at our obvious joke.
Yeah, no, it's a natural banter that fits in line with the characters and the situation. It never feels like it's put in there just to force because, we need to get our joke quota in the movie.
Right, which is good because, I mean, we live in a version of cinema history where it's
Quips are
almost
very
like
commonplace and
Yes.
kind of expected.
right, like
big blockbusters are kind of expected to be funny.
right. It's that whole Star Wars thing because that's where you can track this back to. Is Star Wars was very quippy, but -1 does not. -1, I mean, when it does have the comedic aspects, it's spoken and they move on. Like, boom, okay.
It's very natural. Very natural.
And a lot of it's more the irony, like the dramatic irony or the situational irony, and not so much the, oh, this is a obvious joke.
And
my
then it's
favorite,
also just the characters themselves.
right?
How the
My
characters
favorite
speak to each other.
My favorite joke, in air quotes, I think in this film would be when Captain
Akitsu.
well, his nickname's Captain.
Yeah.
When he says, let's do this, let's stall for time for Godzilla to fight, get killed by the destroyer. Dr. Noda says, "Don't you hate following the orders of the government?"
With a passion.
With a passion. But somebody's got to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then doesn't he say, well, maybe not?
Yeah. When Godzilla shows up, destroys the Kaishin Maru, which is basically the exact same ship as theirs, in like a literal second. He's like, oh, maybe not. Let's run.
I love that.
Yeah, no, that's a
I
great
love
one.
that. And all of the characters have time to shine, but we're not to that scene yet. So let's
But again, that's before we move on, that fits with his character and the scene. It doesn't. The movie doesn't stop to linger on that, so the audience has time to laugh.
right.
The tension keeps there in that scene,
and a lot of that comes from the acting as well, because you can feel the tension just based off of the reactions, not the verbal reactions, but the physical reactions, what their face says, what their body language is,
right?
The music.
Especially with the shots that cut to like Yuki Imada, who's absolutely terrified in that scene.
Mm-hmm.
But we're getting a little ahead of ourselves.
But this is where we are going back to the boat joke. This is also where we're introduced to our supporting cast, which I love. This supporting cast. This might be my favorite supporting cast for a Godzilla film.
This is just one of the best casts for the series in general. I'm going to be honest here. This is one of the best. Like, everyone has a distinct personality. You can tell who each character is, like, at an instant, the moment you see them. And, like, there's not too many of them. There's just the right amount of characters for this story.
Mm-hmm. And everybody, like I said earlier, everybody has their time to shine. Some more so than others.
Everybody delivers a good performance.
Everybody on this, I feel like, is worthy of like a supporting cast award or a leading award.
Especially the captain.
Oh yeah, Captain and Dr. Noda.
Yeah. 100%.
So we're introduced to our main characters. Dr. Noda was a Imperial Navy weapons developer scientist during World War II. Captain was a naval officer, and Kid is he never fought in the war. He wants to fight in the war, which creates I love that dynamic. It's like you've got these war veterans. You've
just got this kid
who once he feels because he hasn't fought in the war.
He's that military kid who's got that like idealistic view of the military and war, and it's really interesting seeing him in contrast to everyone else, particularly with Kamiki's character.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad that Yamazaki definitely, played with that
And like
dynamic.
Yeah. Because following this, don't we cut to like the introduction of these.
They give him the job training.
Right. And so we kind of
they're collecting mines, essentially.
Yes.
That were laid by the Imperial Army as well as the Americans. It's a cleanup job.
Right.
The risk being the mines could explode, potentially, and kill you.
And so that's what they're doing. We learn that Kamiki's good with a gun. And during the whole teaching sequence where Captain's teaching Kamiki and Kamiki shows him up and is like, well, I already know how to do this, but thank you. Following that, Kid says, because Kid feels like because he didn't have wartime, he's inferior.
You should say the kid instead of just kid. It sounds weird when you just call him kid.
Well, that's what they say, kid. But the kid, he feels like he's viewed as inferior because of that.
Right.
And, they have a little back and forth when they find out Kamiki didn't have any real wartime experience. He's like, well, we're the same, except Kamiki knows how to fly a plane. Which is another subtle joke that's funny. And then the kid says, I wish the war continued so I could have been in it.
And this completely sets Kamiki off.
And I love that. Because, during World War II, anybody who fought in the war was viewed as heroes and noble and, you're fighting for your country and, you're so high.
Right, that romanticized ideal.
And we get to see the reality versus the ideology. And that's such a cool concept. You have people who bear the scars of wartime experience, and you have the people that bear the excitement of wartime.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing the two clash is such a great thing because one's a realistic, this is how it is, and one is a fantasy.
Right.
It's where realism meets
real
fantasy
that people have.
Yeah.
Because, that's a very relevant, ideology. I know people who are very much like that. I'm friends with people who are the military kid, essentially.
Well, in America, there's ads on TV to join the army, join the Navy, join the Air Force, join the military.
Your country spends a lot of money on that.
And it's very much romanticized. Fighting for your country is an honor, and it's it's noble, and you should be proud of yourself, which I'm not saying that you shouldn't respect and honor people who join the military because they are putting their lives on the line. Thank you for doing that.
A lot of people do go in there completely in over their head.
Mm-hmm. And that's really why there's training to beat them into shape or to beat them out of the military because they can't handle that.
Right. But then there's really nothing that can prepare you for being on the battlefield and experiencing the war.
But it is interesting because you see reality and there's fantasy.
But yeah, the kid apologizes and the awkward interaction ends there. And yeah, this scene takes us to the next thing we see is Kamiki waking up in seemingly the night with fire, presumably a fire or light, mysterious light in the background, and he opens the door to see the mechanics being slaughtered once again by Godzilla.
Which I love love the establishment of PTSD and what that does to people.
Yeah. And when he wakes up, he's absolutely terrified from this dream.
Right, he's fidgeting, he's sweating, he's freaking out. Noriko's trying to calm him down.
But he's completely losing grip with reality. Like he grabs her and like tries hugging her just so that he can confirm whether or not like he's really here, she's alive, and yeah.
Well, doesn't he at one point like say is like that wasn't the dream, that was reality. I'm actually dead. Like I'm just a dead corpse and you are just a ghost in my head.
Yeah, he's asking that in this scene and another scene a little bit later. Like he's genuinely completely losing grip.
Mm-hmm. And it's scary.
And I'd love to highlight the camera work as well. Any shot that specifically focuses on Kamiki is at a Dutch angle.
Yes.
Just showing you that, like visually telling you that, like, even without the dialogue, he is mentally unwell in this scene. He is suffering in this scene.
And
like,
it's
Noriko's
all
shot from like a just like a standard like normal angle, like pretty straight shot,
like a medium close up.
Yeah. But every shot of Kamiki is kind of an uncomfortable Dutch angle. It's a bit closer up. He's solely on like the left side of the frame.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that too. Always left side screen.
Yeah. No,
and it's dark. Like he's not very well lit in contrast to Noriko.
Yeah, and it's just little touches of filmmaking like that I absolutely love in this film.
Mm-hmm. Now, Noriko pushes him off and he ends up hitting the photos that fall onto the ground. And this is our first time seeing them.
Yeah, and a POV shot as well.
And it's never established what they are, but like there's blood on some of them. Yeah.
I mean, it is established a little later. It is clarified later.
It's clarified later, but now, like for now, like Yamazaki, and this is what Parasite Part 1 does. It establishes things. It doesn't explain them. It leaves the audience to figure it out, and then eventually it's explained, and by then, hopefully, you figured it out.
Right.
And if not, here's the answer. Which I love that. I love that ideology of like, trust the audience, but eventually...
Which is something Yamazaki always does. And like you can see that from as early as Returner to his more recent films, Ghost Book, and of course, -1.
Mm-hmm. Now, from here, we cut to another time jump and a location change, briefly. Now, I was shocked that we got this. I wasn't expecting them to show a atomic bomb in this film.
I mean, you kind of were before.
I mean, we knew there would be atomic bomb levels of destruction, but I didn't know they like. So what ended up happening?
You speculated.
Oh, that's right. I did. I said that. What if one of the bombings? Oh, so I was right.
Yeah,
I was right. I was off by a month, but I was right. Because we jumped to Bikini Atoll, where there's an atomic testing.
Yes, with Operation Crossroads.
Yes, not Castle Bravo, which is the one that most commonly is used. This is an earlier one,
right?
And
but you can't really use Castle Bravo in with this film setting.
And what I love is we get the bomb for about 7 seconds. We see it going off, and then we cut to a close-up of Godzilla's eye and it being burned, incinerated, and regenerating with the roar, and then we cut away, and we're done.
Right.
Like, that's all he does to explain.
Right. It's
that's
so simple,
all
but
he does
it gets
to
the point across.
It does.
That's all we need. That is all you need.
And I love and from here we get a beautiful contrast because, you know, what Yamazaki does is he keeps Godzilla in the picture enough to keep him relevant, right? We start off with Godzillasaurus, and just when you think that Godzilla's like we've moved so far past Godzilla, he does the PTSD dream. And then we get the establishment of the change from Godzillasaurus to Godzilla -1. And then he becomes relevant again after, I believe it's about 3 sequences.
Yeah, no, this is like Godzilla doesn't have a terrible lot of sequences in this film, but they are all spaced. This film, like I said, the pacing is brilliant because Godzilla scenes are spaced out so perfectly. And like he has, I'd say this is the perfect amount of Godzilla screen time for this script. It's not
I would agree.
little, but it's not too much either. The film does not overindulge, nor does it underindulge. It is the perfect amount for this story.
I agree. Now, I will say, personally, I would like a little bit more Godzilla in my film, but I do agree with
us as a
you.
Godzilla fan. I think this is the amount that this story demands.
I agree.
Would not necessarily be opposed to like a tad bit more, but at the same time, is it really necessary? No.
Not for this film. I don't think... I think if any, like there's a few edits or a few additions you could make, but that's mostly on the human side. I don't think there's a lot more you could do with the Godzilla stuff. I agree with you. It's perfectly placed. Now, speaking of perfectly placed, this is about, I want to say 40 minutes into the film.
See, it must be the 40-minute mark, but I'm not sure. This film is 2 hours long, and it does not feel like that at all.
Okay, so the 2-hour mark is when Godzilla officially starts to appear. And then
You mean hour mark?
Yes, the hour mark is when Godzilla starts to officially appear. And then the 45 minutes till it's over mark, more like 35, is the beginning of the final operation.
Yeah. See, I don't know the exact time between it. I'm just guessing the Ginza scene is about 50 minutes to an hour, and that's that's my marker.
Now, so we get a montage of Kamiki and Hamabe in character growing and developing. We see them get better close. I love this. I haven't seen Always Sunset on 3rd Street, but I got the vibes that this is like Always Sunset on 3rd Street.
Yeah. And then Akiko's just cute. See her growing up.
She's
now 2 years old by the time this flashback ends. Kamiki gets a motorbike and a
right. I love that sequence. That's such a nice.
There's miniatures in the background as well, if you notice in that moment.
Now this ends on a celebration of a new house.
Yes.
And we have the 3 supporting characters plus Kamiki plus Hamabe and Akiko all in celebrating. Kind of in a winter time, I think. I think it's December, right?
I don't think I wrote it down.
I want to say it's like a December.
I think it's like late 46. It's like late 46, and then we cut to March of 47. So I guess it would be like
now
somewhere
this
between that
sequence
summer
here,
to winter time. Yeah,
the sequence here in this and like the montage kind of reminded me of Raids Again, with the whole Godzilla's destroyed the fishing industry building, and then we get kind of a montage of Kobayashi and the actual main character that I can't remember his name.
Koizumi's character?
Yes, Koizumi's character.
I wouldn't remember his name either.
They're working out of another place, and they're developing and they're growing, and it ends that montage on a celebration with the whole company.
Right.
Except in this case, it's a lot smaller, more personal. I love that. And I definitely think this was kind of a nod to Raids Again. This film does feel a little bit like Raids Again, a little bit like 54, a little like 2014, a little like GMK.
See, I get 54, GMK, and Eternal Zero. Those are the three big influences on this film for me. The blood of all 3 of those films is what made -1.
But during this sequence, we do get some interesting character development. Captain makes the assumption that Hamabe and Kamiki are married and that Akiko is their child.
Noda does.
Oh, Noda, that's right. That's right.
Because he takes a photo.
Which I love. I love the photo thing because that is so relevant later on. That's another little instances become
a little thing that has that plays in a bit later,
And that's something Yamazaki did in Parasite. I love stuff like that.
There's a ton of little touches like this throughout the script. And it was really fun, seeing them all pay off and just seeing that set up on repeat watches.
Yes. Noda assumes that Hamabe and Kamiki are married.
Mm-hmm.
Hamabe is very quick to say, "I'm not a wife." They look at Kamiki like, "What? Taboo? Who's the kid? What's going on here? This is 2020 America." And then Kamiki, they're Captain says that it's by fate. They have brought you together as a family. Embrace it.
After Kamiki explains it.
Yeah.
And then Akiko's calls for him, To-chan, father. And Kamiki responds, "Akiko, I told you, I'm not your father."
And the reactions by Noda and the kid are that's awful. That's harmful. That's right.
Yeah. And then he's fate has brought you together. Embrace that. Accept it. But then he's just no, I don't want that.
Which that pays off later too.
Mm-hmm. And then we get a nice shot of Noriko, just a nice subtle shot that tells us that she's paying attention and hearing all of this.
Right. Now, this is where I started to think something. So I've complained about the time jumping and whatnot, but the way this film is edited is very interesting. Whenever a scene is done, it fades to black, like a theatrical
I noticed
play.
that it does happen. That does happen a few times, yeah.
Every time that the time changes, it fades to black. So in a way, I interpreted that as maybe they're little vignettes, little stories that are adding to the big picture. Each vignette is about a character, mostly about Kamiki, but we do get some for Sakura Ando's character. We get some for Noda and Captain and the kid and Hamabe's character. So, and we do get some for Godzilla as well. So part of me wonders, is the fade to black a way to insinuate vignettes? This is a tiny vignette in this story, and this is all adding and building to the conclusion. I very well could be wrong, but that's something
that'd be interesting to keep in mind for a fifth watch. God, there is no other movie I would do that for 4 watches. No other movie.
But you're right. So we get Hamabe listening, fades to black, and then we get the next sequence,
which is in March of 47,
which is Kamiki coming home to find that Hamabe's dressed nice and he's confused what's going on. And I love this scene. It's such an interesting, we go from the scene we just talked about to this scene. It's a great setup. The contrast, I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have Kamiki who's why are you dressed like that? And Hamabe says, well, I got a job in Ginza as a desk job. And Hamabe's well, don't I make enough money for you? How are we
Kamiki
supposed
says that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Kamiki's I make enough money. What, in a way he's saying, what else can I do so you don't have to do this? I don't want you gone. I don't want you away. What about Akiko? How are we supposed to take care of her? How are we supposed to take care of her?
Right.
It's exactly what a husband and a father would do.
Right. Especially since she's suggesting that, she wants to stand on her own 2 feet, essentially move forward in her life, not be in Kamiki's way, essentially.
And she even says, at this rate, you'll never have a wife.
Exactly.
And I love that. Because Hamabe's character knows what she's doing. In a way, she's like saying, okay, I'm not going to wait forever. You need to make the move, because both Kamiki and Hamabe's character know what they feel, because that's later on established. Captain says, it's your fault you didn't marry Hamabe's character. You
Norika.
knew how she felt, and he says, don't you think I felt the same way? I love that. Like, there's setup, and there's hints, and there's stuff that if you pick up when they tell you later, and in Yamazaki fashion, you're like, yes, I love that.
Right, and you can tell through Kamiki's performance that he is like he's not happy with this news. He doesn't want them to move away. He's like gotten to enjoy and find purpose from this life he has with them.
Right, because what happens here is they go back and forth, and then Hamabe's character reveals that Sakura Ando's character has allowed Akiko to be with her.
Yeah, she's fully happy to take care of Akiko when Hamabe is away.
Which I love that development too. Like, this is it's a growing adopted family.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. And you even get that with the extended characters. Like, right? Like, they're all important. They all are involved in the life. Right? It's about a family not of blood, but of similar circumstances and situations coming together, which is the theme of the movie. Coming together in times of hardships and growing together and being that family, that country, that those people. And that's what the movie's about. I love that. Especially in a time of COVID. You know, during COVID, it was like, we need to come together to fight this. We need to like put our differences aside, come together. Like that's what -1's doing. And I love that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but after this scene ends, we have the American military like message, essentially.
Yes, we have what everybody thought was the opening title sequence in the middle of the film.
I never saw anyone say that, but well.
Well, when that teaser was posted, they're like, "Oh, this is like the 2014 opening credits. I bet this is the opening to -1."
All right, they were all right, the comparisons. Okay, yeah.
And it was in the middle of the film. I thought that was so cool. Yeah, we get the black and white footage of the situations going on in the Pacific, and little
An
glimpse
American
of Godzilla.
ship was attacked by a colossal sea creature. It's heading to Tokyo in just a few matter of weeks. And yeah, this scene takes us to our next sequence where, our crew, Captain, Kid, the kid, Noda, and Kamiki are all, they've been sent to investigate and, take a look at the ship. When they discover it, they're in absolute shock of what they see, trying to figure out what it could be.
Little nod to a giant shark, a little nod to a giant whale, which is funny because either the god whale or, Gojira, which is a combination of gorilla and whale. Whale is, that's Jira, right? Kujira, right. So I thought that was funny. Now, Kamiki's character says, after seeing fish floating that look like deep sea fish.
Same deep sea fish that had their stomachs regurgitated.
Now he says, Gojira. And everybody's like, what's this? This is where we learn about the government cover-up of what happened on Odo Island. It said that the Americans just killed everybody, but it was actually Godzilla. the whole Odo Island legend and whatnot. Now, one thing I'm confused about, did Noda know all of this and he was waiting for somebody to say something?
Yeah, I found that a little odd how much Noda knew. He's always, the way I'm interpreting it is that he's like
Smart enough to figure it out?
No, Akitsu's the captain, but Noda's kind of the one that like is the one who gets like briefed by the government.
Yes.
He's the one who's like, all right, we're going here, we're doing this, yada yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense because later, like he gets eyed by the group later to come up with a plan to defeat Godzilla. Right.
See, when I watched it the first time, I was like, "Does he know all of this? Does he know about Godzilla?"
He doesn't know about Godzilla specifically. He knows something is up, and he doesn't entirely know everything about it. He just knows like.
On my second viewing, I was like, okay, so he's like saying that they're not allowed to talk about it. Maybe that was in the contract they signed.
Right.
So maybe it's like he knows that. He knows that the government told him to come here.
Is coming.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he was just told that stuff was happening, and he's,
I feel like he was told the need to know stuff.
Yes, and then he links it all together once he learns about the Godzilla thing. And then suddenly they're all on the same page.
Right, yeah.
Because I think it'd be weird if he explained all of that there, right?
No, I think that's what's happening, yeah. Is he knew some details and is just putting it all together.
But what I really think is kind of interesting about the sequence is Yamazaki's love of aliens shines through here. Because essentially what they've been told is they're expendable. Their lives are not important to the Japanese government, which is something important later. Love that. Because they're there to stall Godzilla until the destroyer comes.
Yeah, the Takao.
And they're only in tiny boats, and they're required to use the mines they're salvaging to do it, and they can only hold 2 at a time. And this thing took down a U.S. destroyer, and they're wanting tiny tugboats to take care of it that are made out of wood.
Right, yeah.
So that's just like how an alien, Weyland Yutani, was like, crew expendable, just get the thing back here.
Right. And the captain is very responsive to this. Like, there it is. When he's told about that they can't talk to it about anyone, he's like, there it is, their favorite gag order.
And I love his, because he's like, aha! Like, I love it. He's such a
his performance is great.
He is easily
he's one of the standouts, honestly.
He's the most lively. He's the most lively in the middle part of the film. And then I think it goes to Noda, and then it goes to the kid at the very end. Kamiki's
the captain's still a good lot of fun.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I'm not saying that he takes a step back, but he shines in the middle part of the film. Noda shines in the third, fourth, like 3/4 of the way through the film. The kid shines in the final part, and Kamiki's throughout all of it, of course. Now, I love how Godzilla's entrance is. Because they're like, let's start planning for this, and then Godzilla just takes out the other boat like within 2 seconds.
Right. Yeah.
Kamiki sees the fish floating up, and then they're like, Godzilla's here, and then it's gone.
Yeah, like the captain he's not confident in their ability to like defeat Godzilla, but he's like, somebody's got to do it, you know.
Well,
I don't want to see Tokyo engulfed in flames.
Right.
But just going back a little bit, like a lot of those lines about just the Japanese government, like, oh, their favorite gag order, and there's various other points in the film where they kind of criticize the government for not being very involved in this situation. That especially like later on when after following Godzilla's attack, that is in direct response to COVID.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, that like Yamazaki took like what was going on, probably his opinions and the opinions of people around in terms of like government response, and that bleeds into the script.
It's also
which I think
worthy.
is really interesting.
It's also worthy to note here. So you would think so in post-war Japan, occupied Japan, Japan has no military, right? So the Japanese government's gone. Like there's nothing really there, which is why they aren't present in the film. Really, they're just background, because at this point that's all they were, was just background for the main government at the time, which was the US military that was, occupying and reforming Japan at the time. But during the black and white footage montage, it's established that General MacArthur told Japan, hey, we're worried more about the Soviets than this giant undersea creature. It's up to you to figure it out. We're not handling it. Which, I mean, in a way, like, if you go based off of history, MacArthur's the reason the SDF exists, to my understanding at least. But I still, like, that's, like, the U.S. government's worthless. Like, I love how, like, it's established that the U.S. government's just worthless. Like, they don't care. They're off doing their own escapades. Like, why would, like, America doesn't give a about Japan. And then I love how the Japanese government's just like, we're not here. We're not here. We have nothing here. I love that. And I love that it's up to the citizens to take control. It's very much like in a classic Ishiro Honda film or Jun Fukuda film, where it's not the government that solves the issues, it's the reporters, the scientists, the people who give the military these options to save the day, and they're the reason things happen. I love that.
Right.
This is very much a Showa-esque film in that regards, giving the power to the people, not the government, which is what like the Heisei and Millennium films would do, was giving the power to the military and the government and those people more so than the scientists and the reporters and the regular people.
Mm-hmm. And also another thing I want to interject here is there's an interesting choice of names for the ships. The two ships. One of them is the Shinsei Maru. The other is the Kaishin Maru. One of the kanjis, the middle kanji, which is Shin, or by itself it would be, Shu, or which by itself would just be Susumu, means progress. Interesting that the ship with the word progress in it is the one that Godzilla immediately takes out. And then on top of that, this film very much has a theme of life going on. The Shinsei Maru, Shinsei refers to new life or rebirth.
Huh.
Little things like that. I love little things like that.
Definitely intentional. 110%.
Yes, no, 100%. Like Kaishin Maru, you could probably argue, I don't know if that's 100% intentional, but Shinsei...
Well, Godzilla's
Shinsei
destroying
Maru,
progress.
Yeah, but Shinsei Maru, that is absolutely intentional. That is absolutely intentional.
Now, it's also worthy to note here that this whole team in this boat is very much inspired by a film from 1975.
Jaws.
And that's 100% intentional. Not only did Yamazaki say that Jaws inspired the film, but Yamazaki has gushed about Spielberg plenty of times prior to this film. He's talked about Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He's talked about Jaws. He's talked about Jurassic Park. He loves Spielberg. This whole sequence is Jaws. Like, this is the solution is Jaws. It's Jaws. Like, all of this is Jaws. So Godzilla destroys the other boat. The team that we've been following now has to run away from Godzilla, which we get some fun interactions. Kamiki manning the gun, Captain controlling the boat, Doc or Noda fixing everything and trying to help where he can, and the kid.
Kamiki briefly freezes up as well.
Yes, I love that. Like he gets anxiety when he gets onto a weapon. I love
He's just terrified of Godzilla.
Mm-hmm. And so they have 2 mines, so they have to kill Godzilla with 2 mines, which when you think about that, it's like, what? So they drop the first mine, it explodes on the fins, nothing happens. They're trying to get away from Godzilla. A
little angrier.
Yeah. And his head pops out, which the CGI, oh my God. Amazing.
There is a shot that a lot of people were like, is this practical?
I was wondering, you're talking about the head with the mine going in it.
Yeah, with like the mine in the mouth. Like there's a close up of just the lower half of the mouth. It looks like a real prop. Like it looks like a prop more than like CG. That is incredible.
Now,
bravo.
Question. The music during this, is this the music I brought up earlier?
I'm pretty sure it's Confusion. It's either Confusion or Portent.
Okay. So if it's Confusion, I messaged you about this. The music in Confusion is very similar to the music from the Alien teaser trailer from 1979. Because it's very ambient, it's very fast, it's very, it's stressful. It's a higher pitched sound. It's
it's Confusion. It's Confusion.
Yeah. It's stressful. It's so stressful just listening to the track.
But like I said, the music for all of Godzilla's first appearances, before the Ginza scene, very, very eerie. It sounds like sirens.
Yeah.
And I love that.
Confusion especially, it's like sirens all the way.
Yeah, Confusion and Fear. Those sirens.
And amazing. So the first one doesn't work. Godzilla's angrier now. They're trying to get away from him. They drop the next one, but they're like, let's go for the mouth. That's an idea from Noda. They drop the mine. It goes into Godzilla's mouth. They go to blow it up, but the line's been
chewed
cut
through the cable.
I wonder what that's a reference to. And so they're like, what are we going to do? Godzilla has this explosive item in his mouth. Again, I wonder what that's referencing. And Kamiki goes to shoot. Kamiki shooting a gun from a boat into the mouth of the monster. And it blows up. And it blows up his face and it kills Godzilla. Or stuns him.
And it also damages their ship with shrapnel flying around, injuring
Kamiki
and Yuki Yamada.
At the end of the boat is now destroyed like a thing came onto it. Jaws much? I think so.
No, not at all. What are you talking about?
So Godzilla's stopped dead in his tracks, and we think we're fine. Kamiki's got a concussion and is bleeding, and everybody's shaken up and whatnot. And then
his head grows back.
It grows back, and it's the most unnerving thing ever. Oh my God, it was horrifying. And he's back, and he rises out of the water, and it looks amazing. He's pissed. And then we get the sound design in this movie is horrifyingly awesome. It's so powerful. Then we get explosions because Godzilla's being shot at.
It's the Takao.
Which is shot in a way that's very heroic.
Right.
Everybody's happy to see it. But Godzilla just goes under the water after being shot at. I mean, he's kind of sunk, but he goes down and he swims to the boat.
Yeah, he then rises, grapples onto the boat, and just tears through it.
Mm-hmm.
The guns eventually knock him down, but then as the beautiful music, the track Divine here, incredible track, plays, he goes underneath the ship, the water starts to light blue, and then the Tikal just explodes. Which,
this whole scene is so intense. Like, the fight sequences with Godzilla in this movie are so intense. Like, it's fast paced, it's action packed, it's loud, it's large, it's fun, and it's like, oh my god, like, this is so crazy.
Right. And like, you know, it just, Godzilla is seemingly unstoppable. Like, you know, he's impacted by like the shots from the Tikal, but they don't do much in the grand scheme of things. They just make him angrier.
They just delay the inevitable, essentially.
Right. Yeah. And every time he uses his atomic breath in this film was like an event, and this is the very first one.
Mm-hmm.
And to our characters, this is absolutely horrific. And even again, person next to me, friend next to me, she was just in shock when this happened.
But
what's even cooler is that the atomic breath also, when he rises back up later and roars, you can see the atomic breath is, every time he uses it, it scars his face.
Right, yeah, because we get Godzilla
for him.
Mm-hmm. We get Godzilla up and roaring, and then he turns around and goes into the ocean, and then Kamiki passes out again. This time he has a concussion, so it's like, ooh, yeah, you're bleeding a lot. Makes sense.
But yeah, eventually he wakes up in a hospital with everyone else who was on the boat. Godzilla's whereabouts are unknown. That the government isn't telling the people because no one's willing to take responsibility for all the panic that'll ensue.
And from here, I mean, the way I insinuate it, and again, this is the problem, jumping time and whatnot. But he goes back to the house, and Hamabe's character is like, we've lived together for like over 2 years. They say 2 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I know nothing about you don't let me into your life. Very much like what a couple would say. And then we get something that I think's really, really, really cool. So this film essentially establishes that Kamiki has created this self-inflicted grudge, which is so cool. So he starts off talking about how he is a kamikaze pilot that left his post, which she's already like, wow, okay, shocked by.
Yeah, and then he tells her about the mechanics on Odo Island, the first appearance of Godzilla, and and tells her that Godzilla has just reappeared. He also shows her the photos of all the mechanics and their families.
But then he says that perhaps he insinuates that perhaps they're
I'm someone
haunting.
who wasn't supposed to live.
Yes. And he insinuates that they're haunting him, waiting for him to meet them in death.
Mm.
Which is such a cool idea. Like, the way they're going about it, like, essentially it's making it so Kamiki's character is haunted. Like, they are haunting him. The souls of the dead are haunting him, something that GMK kind of did with how Godzilla was the culmination of the dead, right? But here it's Kamiki who has created this self-grudge to haunt him. They will not stop until he is dead. And like understanding how grudges work in Japanese, lore and whatnot, that's a scary thought. And this is all in his head. Like, this isn't real. Like, none of this is happening. None of this is really supernatural. But to him, it's very much real. And to him, Godzilla symbolizes that. In a way, Kamiki and Godzilla are the same. Both have grudges. Both, their war is not over, right? Even though the line, which I'm surprised we haven't talked about this yet, the line in the movie, "That monster will never forgive us," is not actually in the film. It's a clever edit.
But the film very much does go out of its way in a scene to emphasize the tragedy of Godzilla as a creature.
Right. Both of them have something they're trying to settle. Godzilla can't forgive mankind, and he's out to destroy them. Kamiki cannot forgive himself. He is in pain. Godzilla is in pain, and Kamiki is out to end his war. And his war is with Godzilla. Godzilla's war is with humanity. They are both the same character on completely opposite sides of the spectrum. And I love that. That's such a, I love that. I love the fact that, in a way, you can kind of see where Godzilla can relate to a human character and vice versa. Not like one-to-one, of course, not to a T, but there is similarities. There is parallels. That is why it is crucial for Kamiki to deal with the Godzilla situation. That is the only way he can be put to rest. That's the only way that his self-inflicted grudge can be lifted.
Yeah, and no, this is one of my favorite scenes in the movie, partially due to Noriko's line that everyone who survived the war is meant to live, with that just fitting perfectly in with the themes of the film.
Right. Life is precious. Do not throw it away.
Right. And then this is compounded by the very next scene where after Noriko comforts Kamiki through his PTSD episode, the next day he wakes up seeing Noriko just making breakfast for Akiko, sorry. He looks at the graves of his parents alongside the photos and just says, "I'd like to live again."
Which, this whole scene's very heartwarming, I will say. And this is where we start to see a change in him. Because up until this point, I mean, Kamiki's character was basically still I'm a kamikaze pilot, I should be dead. Now he's looking at it more as, I survived World War II. Why am I not literally look what's right in front of me. Why am I taking that for granted? Maybe even thinking life is too short to ignore. And for the last 2 years, Kamiki has wanted to do that, but he's also afraid to.
Mm-hmm.
Which we learn about why exactly later. We can kind of figure out what's going on in his head, but we're eventually told exactly the problem, which is a very amazing thing, I might add. But we'll talk about that.
Right. Moving along here, Godzilla is spotted again at sea, heading very quickly towards Tokyo.
Right, and the military tries to stop him, but nothing works. Like he's just going.
He just keeps going through.
And then we go back to
Kamiki playing with Akiko,
which is something we haven't seen yet.
And then sirens go off. He tries to protect her as if it's an air raid.
Which You've seen Always 2. Is the radio broadcast in a way a reference to Always 2?
I don't know if it's necessarily a reference to Always 2. It's kind of just kind of like just a thing in kaiju movies.
This is true. Now, the radio person, he does say Godzilla is in Ginza, which Kamiki connects the dots very quickly. Noriko's in Ginza.
She works in Ginza.
She works there. I gotta get to her. So I'm guessing she leaves Akiko with Sakura Ando's character, and he just books it to Ginza. So then we cut to something I think is interesting. We cut straight to Godzilla. We don't cut to Hamabe's character Noriko in the train. We cut
to the citizens of Ginza running from a creature, from Godzilla.
Right, and then we see Godzilla destroying a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit.
We just see his foot appear.
And then we cut to the train sequence where the train's going, and then the train comes flying, and they stop, and then Noriko looks.
And the Ifukube theme just blares through the speakers.
Now, it starts with 54, and then it goes to, it's Mothra versus Godzilla.
Yeah, this is the Mothra versus Godzilla one. Yeah, because you can hear a bit of Mothra's theme in it.
Da 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 da. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was not ready for this. When this started, I was like, like anytime. So like,
I knew it would be this scene that they played it in, and goddamn, it sounds so good.
So here's the thing: anytime that Ifukube is played in a Godzilla movie in the theaters, with me in it, I cannot hold my excitement back. Like this was like, yes, this.
Oh yeah,
is...
no, I was laughing my head off just in like, oh, it's such a great moment. It's just so good to hear this. I could not just stop just giggling like a child.
My face was so I was so happy. I was so happy. And God, this scene, you get the Arega Gojira, you get that, and then it cuts to inside the train where then we get kind of this dolly crane shot that goes down into the window, fades through the window to Godzilla in a wide shot. And I love that. That's an amazing shot. I love that.
I love just the shots, going from Godzilla and then just seeing Noriko there. Like, that's something that, a legitimate wonder of modern filmmaking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes, we're utilizing this new technology to its full stylistic potential.
Right. It's yeah. No, this is one of those moments where it's like, yes, CGI, it can be used in a Godzilla movie.
Should be used.
Yes. And it'll work. This might be the first case where I will say that I am happy it was CGI for this film. I like Yamazaki knocked out of the park. Like it looks so amazing. So amazing. Godzilla walks through, destroys some stuff. Does he destroy the theater before the trains?
No. He picks up the train, and then when we cut to the reporter's perspective, we get a shot of Godzilla destroying a few buildings, including the theater. Right.
So Godzilla.
Any shot I might complain about this shot is a little wonky with Godzilla's movements. He looks like he's going from key pose to key pose. It's not necessarily bad, it's just a little wonky, I feel.
When he's destroying the Nippon Theater?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right, and now, so, real quick. So the train sequence, reference to 54, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Noriko falls into the water and somehow quickly gets out and is right back in Godzilla's way, which is a little weird. And then we get the Nippon Theater destruction sequence, another callback to 54, because he did the same thing in 54. We get the Telecaster reference.
Someone pointed out to me, I want to say it was Blue Nova pointed out that the setup for this could also be a little bit of a reference to King Kong vs. Godzilla with Noriko, the female heroine being in danger in the train. That
makes sense. Then we get the Telecaster sequence, which is absolutely 54.
Yeah.
Godzilla destroying the building accidentally this time where the Telecasters are to their death, and we sit and watch them die. That was really unsettling to watch.
And this whole sequence is the big spectacle scene of the film.
Right. Now, I'm not a fan of Noriko just suddenly being back in Godzilla's way. I think that's a little weird.
It's a little silly, and it's a little convenient that Shikishima just finds her.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna be honest, I can let that slide. It's such a small thing that I'm fine to let it slide,
And plus, with them running together, we get the amazing drone shots of it going from a close-up of them to a medium to a wide to an extra wide shot of Godzilla trampling the people who are trying to run away, and Kamiki and Hamabe just running for their lives. And then we get a little introjection with the military, which normally is normal, but this time it does feel a little weird because it's where did they come from? Where did they go?
It's a little bizarre, but it's fun.
Now, the tanks successfully stopped Godzilla in his tracks. But
seemingly.
Following this, oh my God.
The tail begins to light up. A dorsal fin just extends.
And
more and more extend.
Grows. And during all this, it's intercut with reactions, and it's silent besides the charging up. And everyone's
just looking in awe.
Until
music is swelling up.
Until, oh my God. Oh my God. I think this might be my favorite line in any Godzilla movie, because this line is it is on point. It does not hold anything back. It is easily the most unsettling and uncomfortable line you could say in a Godzilla movie. Oh, when the line was said, I had goosebumps, my jaw was on the ground, and I had no idea what to think. Kamiki says, "This is the same as before." Right as Godzilla unleashes his atomic breath.
Mm-hmm. Targeting it straight at the Diet building where the tanks were situated, causing
a nuclear explosion. And I can't say exactly what I wrote in my notes because it would break our G rating.
Rated G for Godzilla.
But this is easily the most impactful atomic breath sequence ever in the history of Godzilla.
Oh, yeah.
I was in utter shock.
This is a shocking moment.
I mean, it's a little bit of a GMK reference for when Godzilla first appeared, but this takes the extra mile.
This goes further than GMK went.
Hearing Kamiki say this is the same as before and knowing what he's saying in that moment is horrifying.
And then just the scale of the destruction caused in this scene.
Right, because we get the mushroom cloud, and then we get the shockwave, and then we see everybody just get wiped.
Noriko pushes Kamiki just to safety, and she is just taken in the blast. And then it all implodes, so the debris just returns to the epicenter, which is interesting when you consider that the bomb in Operation Crossroads was an implosion-type nuclear bomb.
Mm-hmm. And when the implosion stops, Kamiki comes out and it starts raining black rain.
Yeah, as he screams in realization and horror of what comes, the music swells and the black rain just comes in. It's such a great moment.
And then not only that, then we have to cut to Godzilla roaring at a mushroom cloud billowing up into the sky.
Right.
And it's not over yet, because the next shot is of the crater where the Diet building sat. And in our breakdown, I said that's a crater of an atomic explosion.
Mm.
And I had no idea that it was going to be where the Diet building sat. And in context of everything else, that scene, that is everything that Godzilla is. That perfect Godzilla scene.
Yeah.
Perfect. Like, that is easily top 3 best scenes in any Godzilla movie ever. Not because it's cool or awesome, but it is horrifying.
And it just might be the best use of the atomic breath as well. In any
Easily.
of the films.
That is horrifying. Everything about that is horrifying. From the build-up to the line, to the epicenter, to the explosion, to the shockwave, to the implosion, to the black rain, to the roar and mushroom cloud, to the crater. Horrifying.
God, I love it. I love this.
This whole sequence alone is like horrifying. Like, I don't even know how else, like, it's haunting. It's maybe the scariest scene in any Godzilla movie based off of context alone.
Certainly up there.
And from this moment on, you know that it's like we're facing end of times level.
Yeah, and this is... Following this, we go to Noriko's funeral.
Which I was shocked. I know you and I mentioned that maybe some people would make it out of this.
I predicted that Noriko would die in this scene in that first breakdown. I predicted that.
I mean, this is true. I think you and I had this movie somehow down pretty well, even though we had no idea. Now, something I also want to bring up here, and I wrote this in my Kaiju United review. In a way, I feel like Godzilla in this film replaces the Lucky Dragon number 5 incident. And when I say that, it's so when the Lucky Dragon number 5 incident occurred, a lot of Japanese historians labeled that as the third bombing of Japan.
Oh, okay. I see what you're getting at. Yeah, no, yeah.
Now, in this context,
Godzilla has always been an allegory for the bomb, but this
is the third bombing of Japan.
His atomic breath is a nuclear bomb, essentially.
Mm-hmm. This is horrifying. And I would say that this replaces the Lucky Dragon number 5 incident for the, quote, third bombing of Japan, which is horrifying to think about. I keep saying scary and horrifying and whatnot, but like, it's just the fear of nuclear war is unleashed in this film, in this moment. The thought that Tokyo has just been bombed by a nuclear weapon is a scary thought.
Right. And just to look at all this just destruction as Godzilla just walks and to leave the area, just wow. And the shots are beautiful as well.
And like you said, we cut to Noriko's funeral, which I'm still in shock when the movie was happening. I was still in shock. I had no idea what to do. I was taken out. Like, I was so taken away by it.
Yeah, no, it's a shock. It's a shocking moment. I was like, oh, when she pushed him in there, I'm like, oh man, Minami Hamada is not in this much after this, is she?
And I think I teared up a little bit. I didn't cry a lot yet. Most of my crying comes later.
This is the second time she's died in a 2023 Toku movie.
Rest in peace. But from here, like you said, we go to the funeral. We get some nice little interactions between our supporting cast and Kamiki. And it's a very
somber moment.
If I remember, yes, and I'm pretty sure Kamiki says something about how he is cursed. Doesn't he bring up the whole curse thing again? Or am I?
Yeah, this is where the never forgive line was coming from.
That's
with
right.
Him,
That's right.
Saying, you guys will never forgive me.
And this is him basically saying, I will never be able to live a life that I was not allowed to do. Because Hamabe's character was basically his balancer.
His purpose.
Yeah.
Her and Akiko are his purpose in life.
And now that she's gone, he has lost almost all of his purpose. I would even argue he has lost all of his purpose. He's holding on to Akiko because that's all he has left to remember her by. But he can't live without her. Like, she was his everything. She was his reason to get up in the morning. She was his reason to keep going. She was the balancer in his life to keep him from going off on the deep end.
I mean, I would say Akiko was just as much of a motivator for him.
I would agree, but I also
she is like part of his arc is accepting her as his daughter,
right? But he's more
at
willing.
The end, that is what motivates him to defeat Godzilla: the desire to protect her future.
But that's not enough to make him want to live.
But he does decide to live at the end.
Because he's given the opportunity to.
Nonetheless, he says a part of me still wants to live.
Right. But he was still okay with... we're getting ahead of ourselves here. The grudge, the curse is still continuing, but Noda says there's a private citizen plan and you should be involved. Which this is where I'm going to start saying this. Noda's character is easily my favorite character in this movie just because of how the actor is.
Oh yeah, I love Yoshioka. He's great in the Always trilogy, even though his character in the Always trilogy is absolutely pathetic.
I love him. He is such a great actor. So we cut to a boardroom sequence, which is at 11 minutes. Did you keep track? I have not.
I mean, that's what they said in the documentary.
And when it started, that's what I immediately thought of. I was like, oh, we're about to get an 11-minute sequence. Which, if it is, it doesn't feel that way. And by the way, we are officially about an hour and 15 minutes into the film by this point.
See, I couldn't tell you what the runtime is. It's anywhere between 45 minutes to an hour and 15. I couldn't tell. This movie's
We're about an hour and 15 because after this sequence, we get to the final climax. There's not really any. Well, there's a little. I guess this is about an hour in. Yeah, it's about an hour.
That's my best guess for when it is, because my guess is the Ginza scene starts at 15-minute mark, but I'm not entirely sure. This movie just goes by so fast. Every watch, I don't know how. How did he do it? How did Yamazaki do it?
Yeah, but go ahead, bring us into the boardroom sequence.
Yeah, so, all our supporting characters and Kamiki are in the board, just in this room with a bunch of former Navy men. Noda is revealed to actually be the mastermind of sorts of this operation because he had a direct encounter with Godzilla and was a technical officer for the Navy. So he comes up with a strategy to use Freon gas bubbles to essentially sink Godzilla down to the deepest nearby part of the Japanese oceans, the Sagami Trench, to kill him with the pressure, the rapid pressure change. And if that doesn't work, then take him back up to the surface with balloons, which will then cause the exact opposite to happen, a decompression.
Right.
And
Now, there's a few things I want to bring up. One, obvious oxygen destroyer visual reference.
Yes.
With how the sinking and whatnot, with the bubbles and whatnot.
And interestingly, they were the original thought was to go with some sort of super weapon, like the oxygen destroyer.
See, I like that, but I also like the fact they went very scientific.
I like this realistic solution to the problem. And this is called Operation Wadasumi. Wadasumi being, it can be translated to like Poseidon, or the Greek god equivalent of Poseidon, or it can refer to the Japanese sea god. Wadasumi being presumed as another name for the Japanese dragon kami of the sea, Ryutin, I want to say it's called. So little things like that again.
Love that. Did you mention that everybody involved in this plan is ex-Navy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. See, so when he's explaining all of this, his acting really shines. And then I love how he does this. He raises his head up and like starts glaring at the audience, at the people listening to him. And he says, "We will kill Godzilla with the power of the sea."
Yes.
And he just stares like he's dead serious. Like, this is what we're going to do. And at this moment, I was like, this is my favorite character. God, he's so good. And from this point on, his acting is just so, like, he is in this movie. Like, he goes from being kind of the side character to like, yep, he's in here. Like, he is on board. He is ready to go.
Yeah.
And I like how he's not just a science guy. Like, they give him a
he
very
feels like an
good,
actual character.
Yes, he feels like he has thoughts. He feels like he has opinions. He feels like he has a personality.
Right.
And that's a nice contrast to your typical, like, stereotypical, like, why kill Godzilla because of science? And he's like all about like killing Godzilla, and he's like he's a person. He's not a brainiac, he's a person. And
I mean, he's not even really the scientist archetype of like the paleontologist. He's not Dr. Yamane. He's a technical officer. So it makes sense for why would this character be like Yamane,
Exactly. And that it's stuff like that where now I think it's worthy to bring it up. I know a lot of people were like, "Oh, this is going to be a remake of 54 because of copyright laws, and it's a prequel thing, so it's going to be Godzilla, but it's going to be 54, but like older." I'm so happy they didn't go that route. Like, everything about this proves that was a awful idea. Having a personalized, down-to-earth, realistic story with a drama that is so engaging and interesting outpaces
that general audiences are loving it.
Yes. I mean, I've said this to a couple people. This movie completely disproves the statement, "None of this makes any sense. It doesn't matter. It's a giant monster movie."
Oh, 100%.
This movie is the antithesis of Adam Wingard in his entire existence and his POS movie, Godzilla vs. Kong.
It is so humorous that in just a matter of months, what film are we getting? What trailer are we getting tomorrow?
-1 is literally sandwiched between Wingard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, this film, the scheduling, the like everything about where this film's set is like, this is like the reward for having to deal with 2021 and 2024.
So does that mean that maybe we can This is the reward for 2021. Yamazaki, hear me out here. Reward for 2024.
I think that's a good idea.
I think that's a great idea.
We'll talk about that at the end, shall we? But no, this movie is, yeah. We'll talk about the reception at the end as well. So, no, it's nice to have people in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the whole thing, is like, people. This is a people project. People must solve this. People must save the day.
Mm-hmm.
The government can't do anything. Though I do think it is kind of weird how they're able to somehow get like 4 battleships and a fighter plane.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that sounds like, I guess it's the loop of like, the military, like the Japanese government doesn't have it, so technically they're not breaking any laws. Like,
this is also the 40s, where there would be far less laws for this as well.
Right, this is true, but they weren't allowed to have a military.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe there is
right, but it's not like they don't have a lot of resources either that they get. They only get like a very limited number of cruisers. All like the ships they get are all disarmed as well.
Right.
And like the fighter that they get soon after this, the Shinden, if I recall correctly, that at the time didn't have weapons until near the end.
It had weapons, but it was a prototype and it wasn't airworthy. It wasn't air ready.
Could have sworn the weapons were like removed, but perhaps I'm wrong.
But going back here into so after the debrief, they show off everything and whatnot, and some people are questioning it, and they walk out because, why risk your life again for something that could be just death? Then they confirm it's not certain death. Like, you could walk away from this. We just have to kill Godzilla, because if we're not going to do it, who is?
Mm-hmm.
Which I love the line where one of the ex-military guys says, "Is this certain death?" And they say no, and he says, "Well, it's already."
This beats wartime.
This beats wartime. Yeah, I love that. And then Kamiki's character and the captain and the kid tell Noda, they're like, of course you would be the mastermind behind this project. And they're all like out drinking and whatnot, talking about everything. I did notice during all of this, during this conversation, Noda calls Godzilla's beam a heat ray.
Mm-hmm.
Which
they call it a heat ray throughout the film. They don't call it a atomic breath.
Right, which is something that Toho's been doing a lot lately.
Trend.
Yeah. Which is kind of weird here because, bomb.
What happened?
Yeah. There's not really much else to discuss there, but like, it's interesting that they did that. And then Kamiki says, "Can you get me a fighter plane?" and whatnot. Captain starts egging on that it's a revenge thing for...
Which he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. And like, Kamiki straight up, like, the character...
Got a problem with that?
Yeah, like, that's what it is. And then Captain's like, "Well, you knew how she felt. You should have married her." And he said, "You don't think I felt the same way," which this establishes he wanted to do that, but something was holding him back. And then we're revealed, my war isn't over. And I love this line. It kind of reminds me of like Jinguchi from Atragon. Like, he's not going to quit because, the war is still going on for him. Except this time it's not war-hungry mongrels or anything like that. It's Kamiki has not put to rest his demons.
Right.
And he's wanting to face his demons like he should have, at least the way he views it, like he should have back in 1945. Which, I love that. I love the idea of some people are not able to put a rest to their war until they finish their job. But that's also a scary thought, too. We see that in, like, Kong Skull Island. where that can be taken the wrong way.
Right. But yeah, eventually Noda is able to get a hold of a fighter jet, which is revealed to be a prototype known as the Shinden.
Which is a real plane.
Mm-hmm. Although I don't think it was ever. I think they state that it was employed into very brief usage.
To my understanding, it was not.
But
in the real world,
it was not.
Yeah, well, no. In the film, they say it never made it to field. They made so in the movie they say there was 4 prototypes made it to field ready prototypes. However, in reality, there was only 2. So essentially, they add 2 magical ones. One obviously for the film to be used in, I don't know, another just to make it even. I don't know.
Bit odd, but oh well. But yeah, the fighter itself is it's not in great condition, and they need a mechanic who knows his way around a jet fighter. And Kamiki knows just the person for this. Tachibana, from the very beginning of the film.
Which then we get a nice little mini montage of Kamiki's character searching. But it doesn't take too long, which is kind of nice because that would be the side quest to slow down the third act, but Yamazaki does not let it do that.
Right. That you see, that could easily be a scene that drags where the film kind of drags its feet, goes on for a couple minutes too long. But no, the scene just goes on exactly for how long it needs to.
Mm-hmm.
After getting a hold of where to contact Tachibana's previous unit, he sends various letters slandering Tachibana's name to them, which eventually attracts his attention.
Which then Tachibana comes to beat him up, and he does a pretty good job before Kamiki can explain that he did it so he would help him. Which at first Tachibana's nah, I'm not going to do this. But then Kamiki's character says, your war is not over as well. Both of them have a grudge against Godzilla. They need to do this to move on.
Right. And Kamiki very clearly expressed that he needed Tachibana to be the one to do this as well. Because
they started this journey.
What? Yeah. And to put his demons to rest, he needs Tachibana to forgive him for the deaths.
This movie not only is about life and how precious it is, but forgiving and putting to rest your demons.
And the story itself just comes full circle, really.
Mm-hmm. And from here, we get a little bit of build-up, fixing the plane, getting the plans ready for the operation. Godzilla is closing in.
And the kid is kicked off the mission.
This is true. And I love, this whole time he's been romanticizing the war. But at the end here, Captain says,
Not having been to war is something to be proud of.
Which kind of stops him because he's flabbergasted. Because this whole time, he has had the ideology of it's an honor to have served in the war. And then, he finds out that's not necessarily the case. It's great. I love that. So then we get a little bit of Godzilla getting closer. We get the ticking time clock cliche that Yamazaki likes to do. It's revealed, or it's assumed that Godzilla will be there within a day. They need to be ready by 8 o'clock in the morning. And this is where Noda says, go home to your families. And somebody says, so be prepared, to die. And Noda says, no. And this is where the theme comes through. This country has not treated lives as precious as they are. And he's we should, I would like it if no lives are lost on this mission. And we come out alive.
0 casualties.
Mm-hmm. The idea of poorly armored tanks, jets without ejection seats,
Or supply lines.
And then he ends on kamikaze pilots. And what's the other one he ends on? It's kamikaze pilots and
Suicide attacks.
And in that moment, the camera lingers on Kamiki's character. Yeah, because he's thinking about that.
After he'd already explained to Tachibana his intentions on, if all else fails, doing a kamikaze attack on Godzilla.
Because, and we didn't mention this, the plan is when Noda's plan fails, because Kamiki doesn't believe it'll work, he's going to fly the
Noda's
jet.
Not sure.
Yeah. Kamiki would fly the plane right into Godzilla's mouth. It explodes. Godzilla's down. But now Kamiki's left to think, is it really worth giving his life? He goes home, he thanks Sakura Ando's character for everything. She's clearly like, what's going on? What's going on? He spends some time with Akiko. She gives him a drawing of him and Mabe's character in like a little family picture. He likes it. He puts her to bed and leaves her with a envelope. He then drives
in a very ominous scene, just with the music and the obvious, all the obvious implications of he's going to kill himself.
Right. This is his quote-unquote redemption.
Mm-hmm.
Then he drives to the airfield.
Yeah, he goes to the airfield, talks a bit to Tachibana, preparing himself for this finale.
Which gives me a lot of Kobayashi vibes from Raids Again.
I guess so. I get Miyabe from Eternal Zero. I'm not going to stop saying it. There's a lot of very similar, not the same, but similar conflicts going on with Kamiki's character. And him kamikazeing, that Eternal Zero ends with, spoiler alert, Miyabe killing himself in a kamikaze attack. Which is why I very much thought, Yamazaki films tend to end in tragedy.
Which this is setting itself up to.
Yes, there's a very, very, very good possibility Kamiki is going to die here. Die in this climax.
Now, as he's getting ready to embark, Tachibana gives him a rundown of this is where the release is for the weapons.
Right.
After
Kamiki sealed his determination with the photos and the picture.
He says, Tachibana says to Kamiki, like, the people on the island wanted to live as well. Like, in ways, feels like he's guilt-tripping him.
It's less guilt-tripping and more just, like, not guilt-tripping, not quite forgiving yet, although I'd say this is the scene where he forgives Kamiki.
Because Tachibana sees that Kamiki's serious. And he says, you finally are ready. Because he realizes like Kamiki's character is going through with what he's doing. He's made his mind up. Despite the fact that he did say, part of me still wants to live, he essentially he knows like he has to do this to save everybody.
Right. And then he tells him just one last thing, and we cut away.
And then we go to the harbor where everybody's prepping to do this. Since Godzilla's nearing.
Well, we also see Akiko going to Sumiko, and then she sees all the money, take care of Akiko.
And this is, again, setting it up for a tragic ending.
Yes.
On the harbor, everybody's happy and preparing. Noda's character clearly looks upset. Captain asks, and he's like, well... Isn't it? He's not sure if they're 100% ready, or he's not sure. He's not sure. Oh, he says
he's
a
not
miracle.
He's not. Yeah, he's not happy with the odds, especially with Shikishima being a previously failed kamikaze pilot.
Yeah, he says that that's worrisome because he doesn't want Shikishima to die, and they're worried that that's his intentions. That's his idea. But during this. Captain says, well, look at everybody here on the pier. They're not upset. they're beaming, they're happy because
That was
this
a little
time,
bit earlier, but yeah.
well, yeah, but he says like this time will make a difference. Like they are in control here. It's not the government, it's the people, and the people are in control, and they will save the day, which is a nice thought for Noda.
But then, as a few ships go by with the speaker playing a recording of Godzilla's voice to lure the beast, Godzilla just takes one of those ships
And
throws it at the harbor.
Now, he throws it into a very important building. The building he throws it into was the headquarters of a kamikaze training station. I talk about this a little bit in my article for Kaiju United, the Yamazaki article. But that building was where a lot of squadrons were taught how to be kamikaze pilots. And Godzilla tosses the boat into the building.
I see.
And
now he's fast approaching, quicker than they expected. And they're not prepared for him.
And then Godzilla rises.
Yes. But they don't have much choice but to just hope Shikishima can lure the beast for them.
So they set off into the water.
Shikishima goes to fly.
And Godzilla goes on a rampage.
Briefly.
Very brief. He goes into the countryside where Kamiki's character, Shikishima, intercepts him. And the dogfight here is really cool. I love this. I love how Godzilla looks like he's on a miniature stage. Like it looks like they shot was it Studio 9 where they shot all the miniatures? It looks just like that. Like it looks like Godzilla's like a man in a suit, but not really on a miniature set. There's some amazing CGI here with some buildings and Godzilla stepping on them, killing people.
Yeah, he looks amazing here, actually. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
The cinematography and the camera angles and whatnot with the fighter jet are amazing. Now they're not playing any Ifukube music here, if I remember correctly.
No, that's not until a bit later in the sequence.
But they do pull a Final Wars. Kamiki's character pisses Godzilla off enough where he starts following.
Yeah.
And there's some camera angles that look exactly like how Kitamura did it with the Gotengo and Godzilla. And I love that. Like there was some stuff I was like, oh, I like that. That reminds me of Final Wars a little bit. Godzilla follows Kamiki's character, gets him into the water, and starts swimming towards the final spots.
Mm-hmm. Which,
once Godzilla finally shows up, they begin the operation. Ooh! So this is the last 30 minutes. When this scene comes up, you're in the last 30 minutes. Mm-hmm. Does not feel like 30 minutes.
God, no.
Do you want to start us off on this beautiful, amazing climax?
So first, they send off two ships as a decoy for Godzilla's atomic breath. Two unmanned ships get destroyed by the glorious blast.
You're forgetting the part where the music is playing.
That's not yet.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure there's some music here.
No, it's right after this. After the heat ray, they're all in shock, but eventually the captain gives the order. Operation Wadatsumi is going to commence. And as soon as he orders it...
Oh, I lost it in the theaters with this scene. I lost it. I was like, I need to get some new pants. I was in such awe.
And it's just an exciting sequence as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the music really, really, really fits here.
and the editing and the camera motions, like everything is fast paced. And my
really
favorite,
going back to the theme originally being intended as a military march.
right? And my favorite part is where,
the two are crossing.
no, it's when everything starts to slow down. And I think it's right before they start. Is it right before they start crossing or right? It might be right after. Where the music's dun dun dun, and then it's silent for a second, and then it goes da 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 da.
Yeah,
like
that sounds incredible.
It's sped up like the original. It's da 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 da. But this is like sped up times 2, and this is all new. Like Sato re-recorded all of this and did it himself. Oh God, this is so good. Like my heart, like can barely take it. The intensity of this scene, the editing, the action, it just everything for the last hour and a half has officially built to this moment, and it is great. The acting is on point. The intensity, like everything is horrifying. It's stressful. It's anxious. It is the perfect climax.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel the dire need of this to happen.
Yes. But yeah, they go through with Watasumi sinking Godzilla as his heat ray, as he charges up his heat ray.
Oh yeah, I love the like dramatic like last seconds here, because they literally wait till the last second to drop him.
It's such a thing that only happens in movies, but it is such a great moment. I love it.
It's the magic of the movies. Like that is the definition of the magic of the movies.
Like this is one of 2 movies I've seen in theaters recently that really made me just really recalls like that magic.
Mm-hmm.
And the other film was Jurassic Park. So no. Like, this is just incredible. This is exciting. This movie is an experience from beginning to end.
And it doesn't feel like it's 2 hours and 5 minutes long. Like, when we get to this...
It feels like an hour 45 at most.
It feels like your typical Godzilla movie runtime.
Yeah. It feels shorter than almost all the Heisei movies.
I love it. And when they finally get Godzilla to fall, it looks like when Godzilla's sinking in GMK a little bit. Like
it's a little goofy, but I love it.
It's a little goofy, but it's not as stupid as GVK's. I will say that.
Yeah. The pressure seemingly kills him for a second, but the persistent bugger is still kicking.
Right,
and
because
they proceed with their plan B.
Right, because they sink and then he starts pulling and they're like, well, bring him up.
And then he starts to decompress, but he chews through all the balloons.
And so now they're like, well, let's pull him. The 2 destroyers that are...
Which was set up earlier, by the way.
It was.
Yes, because Yuki Yamada's character, the kid, he suggested, if the balloons don't work, like, why don't we just use the ships to pull them up? But
and they say they don't have
rejects
enough
that
power.
idea, like, oh, we don't have the power for that. We don't have. That's always like 20,000 kilos.
And again, the film just brings more dramatic sequences in, because like this is like the crane breaks and like again dire. It like everybody looks defeated.
This is just such a movie moment, and I love it.
And then a tugboat comes, and it's a familiar voice. And the kid has successfully gotten like every tugboat from the coast of Japan to come and help. And again, it's the theme of coming together, fixing the problem, not the government, the people who are happy to help.
Mm.
And that's what they all say. All the tugboats say happy to help, happy to help. Let's do this. And then we get them all pushing together to bring Godzilla up, and it works. And I, like, at this point, like, it's like you're cheering. Like, you're so ready. You're happy. You're enjoying this. They are doing it.
And he's been decompressed with his body is, like, covered in, like, these just, like, these white growths. His eyes have been gleamed over. Nice GMK reference, by the way.
Mm-hmm. And once he comes up, they failed.
Yes, he's still kicking.
And he's ready. He is pissed. He is ready to kill everybody, and he starts charging up. And again, everybody, like, it. I love what Yamazaki does here. It goes silent. And you just see the reactions of everybody, because everybody knows they have failed. Godzilla has won.
And then we cut to a plane approaching.
And there's a funny little shimmer that the plane has. It's like a very small little brief detail, but it's like the shimmer of hope. And he approaches.
And then the music just booms.
And yeah, throughout this entire climax, the like, being in a Dolby theater or an IMAX theater has been an amazing experience, because it is blasting. Like, there is not a quiet moment until this moment in the theater. Like, it has just been blaring music or explosions or roars or people calling orders. It is so loud. And then you have this moment, because it's supposed to be suspenseful. And then you're watching the supporting characters freak out because they know what he's about to do.
Mm.
They're like pleading him, don't do this. Don't kill yourself. Oh,
and by this point, at this point in the movie, I'm a little bit of a mess.
Right. No, it's so intense, and it's beautiful. Like, now I will say,
I'm on the verge of tears.
Oh, I'm when the Ifukube theme I hit, I broke. I was bawling. I couldn't take it anymore. And I'm gonna be honest, 3 viewings in, I'm still crying. Like, I had to wipe tears out of my eyes today. Yamazaki officially got me. He finally got me in a movie where I couldn't hold back. I cried. Now I will say, between the hint that Tachibana had something else to tell him, and the scene prior to that had Tachibana looking at the back, and my knowledge of how ejection seats work, I was like,
I'd inferred it, but I was still like, they might still do it.
I was pretty set on them keeping him alive. Of course, Kamiki's character flies into Godzilla, releases the safety. You see him fly out too. Like, you see the chair flying out. It's in a blink and you miss it scene, but by this point my eyes are glued onto the screen. I can't miss a single thing. And then Godzilla, his head explodes, and everybody's like, where's Koichi? And then we see him in the sky, and it's what a relief. What a relief.
Yeah.
But I will say, this whole final, like, few minutes we've been talking about proves sometimes silence is louder than noise. Like, the silence adds so much suspense and so much to the film. Like, it's beautiful. And again, Godzilla's head explodes, just like how Jaws dies.
And then, much like in GMK, just little bits of the atomic breath just start poking through his body, and it crumbles.
Yeah, he turns to rubble, which is kind of my guess is he froze and his body just kind of froze up.
There was all that decompression, so yeah.
Right. And we watch as his Godzilla sinks into the ocean. And then we go back to the mainland. Everybody's celebrating.
They
Also,
all salute him, though, which
they
I
do.
think is a brilliant, just great little moment to emphasize the tragedy of the creature.
Yeah. And it's, they're still honoring him and whatnot. It was definitely, I agree, a heartfelt moment. Now, we forgot to mention that before the final fight really commenced, a telegram was sent to Koichi's house.
Yes.
And Sakura Ando's character took it. We don't know what it is, but she's reacting funny to it. When they get back to the mainland, the kid's there. They hug. Koichi and the kid hug, and everybody's celebrating. And then Sakura Ando's character shows up with Akiko, and she gives Kamiki's character the telegram. And at this point, I'm like, what's going on? Like, I'm like trying to figure it out.
I'm like, are they going to do it?
And no, I was like, I like, that's where my brain went. I was like, wait a minute. And I started to like tears started to form up in my eyes because I was like,
oh my God.
I was like, there's no way. Like, really? Are they going to do it? And then they get to a hospital. I'm like, oh. And I remember I was like, they're going to do it. I was like, there's no way. And he opens up the door, and it's a over-the-shoulder reveal shot.
Noriko's alive.
I broke down.
And she asks a simple question. Is your war finally over?
This is such a beautiful ending. It's such a beautiful ending. And watching Shikishima just break down is just... This is easily the most heartfelt ending in a Godzilla film.
But then as the camera zooms in, we notice a little black mark, dorsal fin-shaped mark appear on the neck.
Keloid scar?
Radiation poisoning is probably would make the most sense and be the most obvious. But one idea I had thought of, and I think a couple other people have thought of, is that, how she survived the shockwave is, how, with minimal scars. So a thought that I had could be like, did she somehow get Godzilla's healing ability? As unlikely as that is, as much of a stretch as that is,
Well, here's the thing. That sounds really stupid.
I know, I agree.
Because think about it. There's been like a week and a half, so like that's been plenty of time for her to get cleaned up, and she does have bandages around like her eye and her arms and whatnot, and she's got clothing on. So we don't know the full extent of it. So I think enough time has passed that she could look clean. It was the shockwave, so she's not going to have burns.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe radiation poisoning? That would make sense.
That makes the most sense to me.
I don't know. And I in a way, I hope that if a sequel does happen, that's what we see.
Yamazaki gonna end the sequel in tragedy with her dying again.
And I legit thought she died. Like, I was genuinely shocked when she came back.
Yeah, no, same. I was like, oh my God.
It was heartfelt. I was bawling. But then it cuts away.
And in GMK fashion, we see a little remain of Godzilla that starts to regenerate.
And then we get the English title card. They even use the English Yeah, they use the English title, not the minus 1.0. It's -1, which is kind of interesting. And then we get the Godzilla theme during the credits, and then we get an original theme from this movie, and then at the end we get... But I feel like anytime you're doing an anniversary film, you have to end on either Godzilla, like, standing there or roaring. Like, you can't really not do that. And, like, you have... Rex, you would agree with me. A Godzilla movie ending with the Godzilla roar is, like, that's...
Peak.
Yeah.
Especially with how loud it is with that, like, credits roar.
And I love how...
The other roar that is anywhere near as loud is when, right after, immediately following the atomic breath.
Right.
When he roars into the sky at the mushroom cloud. Those two roars are the loudest ones.
And I love that it's...
incredible.
It does. And I love that it's during Yamazaki's credit, too. So every time I've seen this movie, I've made the theater clap twice out of my 3 viewings. I started
the theater only
clapping.
started clapping. The theater didn't really clap until my showing today. That's the only time there was clapping.
I love this movie. There's it. There it is. There it is.
Spoiler alert. I may slightly like this movie.
So much that when I first saw it, I was like, I'm starting the clapping. Like, so once it ended, I
have to see this again.
So I got people in. It was like during the title sequence, the end title sequence, where I got them to clap. And then every time Yamazaki's name shows up, I clap again. And I've got 2 theaters to clap so far. So if I do see it again today, I'm going to try and make that happen again because this movie deserves it.
Right.
And like overall, like this film is a breeze to watch. Like it's not a 2 hour and 5 minute movie.
I was like very worried at first, like after, like, I was worried at one point, like, oh, if I watch this again, because I'm like, if I see this again, I'm going to end up seeing this about 4 times because it's the 2 times I have to see it with my friend. So I'm like, oh, will I be able to? Will I hate this film by the end of this? But no, I was never bored in any of my watches. Like, this is something I would never do for any other film. I will never doing this again for any other film.
Likewise.
One I watched like 3 days in a row. I watched it 4 times in 3 days. I'm insane, but I was never bored at any point in any of those watches. That is a testament to the incredible pacing of this film.
No, it's quick, it's fun, it's interesting, it's thought-provoking. They handle Godzilla amazingly.
This is the quintessential modern Godzilla film.
I would agree.
This is Godzilla of the modern day. So, move aside, Shin.
No, I'd easily. Now, okay. So, are you ready to transition into our casting crew?
Sure.
Okay. Well, starting with the crew, we have Ryunosuke Kamiki playing Koichi Shikishima, who was in The Great Yokai War. Big Man
crew, by the way.
Did I say crew?
Yes.
Oh, I meant cast. Whoops. But Kamiki was in The Great Yokai War as a child actor. That's really weird to look at him then and then look at him now. He was also in Big Man Japan, 20th Century Boys 3 Redemption, As the Gods Will, and the other Takashi Miike film, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Diamond is Unbreakable, along with...
Where he also played a Koichi.
That's true. And in The Great Yokai War Guardians, which, spoiler alert, I'm kind of sad that got spoiled for me, but oh well. Now it's spoiled for everybody else. He was also in the Takashi Yamazaki film Ghost Book, which
Oh,
I don't know what.
he was in that. Yeah.
And you'll be happy about this. He was also in Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 Thrice Upon a Time.
Right. He played
He
Shinji
voiced
as an adult.
And then he is also a Kamen Rider and Super Sentai actor. He was in Kamen Rider Agito and Bakuryu Sentai Abaranger. Now, which one was it he played the child version of a god?
Kamen Rider Agito.
I love that. That's hilarious. Co-starring, you have Minami Hamabe, who played Noriko Oishi, who was in The Great War of Archimedes, Shin Kamen Rider, and the Shin Kamen Rider Crayon Shin-chan episode. So that's her second film this year we've covered.
Third film that we've covered from her this year, actually.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yuki Yamada, who played Shiro Mizushima, who was the kid. Yes, this is correct. I finally got his name, even though the whole recording I've been like, the kid. Which, by the way, this is a little side note here. Whenever Noda introduces everybody, he calls Mizushima Kun, which is junior, right? Usually like kid or like junior worker, right?
Yeah.
He's the only one they refer to as Kun. Everybody else is San.
Mm-hmm. I mean, makes sense if you have an idea on how Japanese honorifics work.
Right, but in this case, it's kind of weird because based off of the context, he's around the same age as Kamiki's character, and he's been working in this job longer than Kamiki, as established, because Captain has worked with him.
I mean, it's implied that Kamiki's character is a bit older just because by the fact that Kamiki was able to get into the war. Whereas, like, if the war lasted a bit longer, Yamada's character, Mizushima, probably would have been able to enlist.
But there's no way they're like older than like 5 years apart, right?
I mean, maybe. Not like the script gives them a specific age or the film.
Well, their age, like in the Mitsushima's actor, is older than Kamiki.
Yeah, but that's normal for movies.
I don't know. I think it's I think it's simply because Mizushima did not get to be in the war.
I mean, sure.
If that's the case, I think that's really cool. I like that. But he was in Kaizuko Sentai Gokaiju plus the movies, and also was in Dobutsu Sentai Zyuonger.
I imagine that was as Gokai Blue from Gokaiga.
Probably. It's cool that we have some Kamen Rider. Well, we have a lot of Kamen Rider and Sentai actors in this. I think that's really cool. And then Mune Tanaka Aoki. Munetaka Aoki, thank you, who played Sosaku Tachibana, was in Battle Royale 2 and Futari no Ultraman.
Yeah, he played Hajime Tsuburaya in that.
Yeah. Now that is a docu-series?
Yes. Oh, and Aoki was also in a Martin Scorsese movie, by the way.
Was it the one with Shinya Tsukamoto?
It was.
I'm trying to remember which one that is.
Silence.
That's right. Following that, you have Hidetaka Yoshioka, best actor in this movie, who played Kenji Noda, who was in Takashi Yamazaki's Juvenile, Takashi Yamazaki's Always Sunset on 3rd Street, Takashi Yamazaki's...
My boy Chagawa. My man.
Is his acting in this movie remotely like his Always Sunset acting?
Yes and no. His character in Always Sunset is absolutely pathetic, but he's also very lovable and very fun.
Okay.
Except for the third movie's ending.
Oh, that's sad. What's funny is I was talking to G-Man earlier before this recording, And he brought up a really good point, and I wanted to highlight it. Somehow Noda is your cliche Godzilla Showa actor or Showa character. Like, to a point. Like, he's the expositional, scientist that comes up with the solution and, promotes unity instead of war and whatnot.
And he's just as lovable.
Yes, he's literally the perfect Showa character. That just, part of that just adds to my whole opinion that this is like an Ishiro Honda film made if Ishiro Honda was alive today. I mean, this is Yamazaki's masterpiece. I am determined with that opinion. Speaking of Takashi Yamazaki, Yoshioka also was in Takashi Yamazaki's Always Sunset on 3rd Street 2. He could technically count as a Godzilla alumni actor, I guess, like you said.
Yes.
He was also in Takashi Yamazaki's Always Sunset on 3rd Street 64. And Takashi Yamazaki's Fueled, A Man They Call Pirate.
Wasn't he also in a Akira Kurosawa film?
Was he?
Yeah, wasn't he in, I want to say it's Rhapsody in August? Rhapsody from August?
That's the one that Ishiro Honda co-directed, I want to say.
Did he?
At least some scenes,
Honda
I think.
I know Honda. Oh, yeah, he did. He was a writer on it.
Yeah. Oh, he did. Yoshioka was Tateo, Yoshi's son. That's really cool.
I wouldn't know who that is because I haven't seen the film.
I haven't seen it either. I just know that these late Akira Kurosawa films, Honda worked with him on.
Right. Wasn't Dreams Honda's last film that he worked on?
No, Dreams came out before Rhapsody in August. Let's see here. Matadeo. Yes, that was the last film that he worked on with Akira Kurosawa. He was directorial advisor and co-writer on that one, and he was associate director on Rhapsody in August. Interesting. He was also, going back to Yoshioka, he was in the Ken Watanabe starring film Fukushima 50.
Oh, yeah.
I really need to see that movie. I really want to see that. Moving on, we have your is this your favorite actress in this movie? Sakura Ando playing Sumiko Ota. Who would you say is your favorite? Because for me, it's Yoshioka.
I mean, I love this entire cast. In terms of what they contribute to the movie, it would probably be whom I imagine is the next actor on your list, Kuranosuke Sasaki as Yoji Akitsu, the captain.
Okay.
But Sakura Ando, I've seen a fair few of her movies, and ever since I saw Love Explosion, I thought she was a great actress.
Gotcha. See, so for her credits, I put Love Exposure because I know you love that one, but the only tokusatsu film she was in that I could find was the Great Yokai War Guardians. I
mean, she was also in Yamazaki's Destiny.
That's right, she was. Yeah.
And there was one other film. There was a film I saw that she starred alongside Yuki Yamada with, I think. I can't think of what it was. Oh, it might have been Shoplifters, actually. It might have been Shoplifters.
Yeah, I was going to say Shoplifters, and then she was also in, I know, the film that you've been talking a lot about, Monster.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she was in that.
And you were correct. The next person on my list was Kuranosuke Sasaki, playing Yoji Akita, who was in all 3 of the 20th Century Boys films from Toho. If it wasn't for Yoshioka, I would say that he's probably my favorite actor because he has the funniest line in the movie. Well, actually, I'll say Yoshioka sets him up for the funniest line.
The whole gag order bit.
Yeah, because Yoshioka says, "I thought you hated taking orders from the government." And then he says with the passion that somebody's got to do it.
I love that. I love this.
And then Godzilla rises up and destroys the other boat.
Never mind.
Never mind. Every time I see the movie in theaters, that line gets him the laugh of the film. Everybody thinks that's hilarious. I love it. Moving on to, actually, before we move on to the crew, there is one person besides the extra that was in both Shin Godzilla and this film. There is one actor that was in this film as a double role that was in previous Godzilla films that I could find.
Oh.
And that's Shinsuke Kasai.
That's right. That's right. I remember him talking a little bit about that on the Godzilla Fest stream.
Now, he was in... he played the voice on the radio that's like, emergency, giant monster has appeared in Ginza. Now, it says he has a double role, so I'm thinking he was an extra.
Yes. There's like there was a photo of him dressed up on set, so I think he is somewhere in the Ginza scene.
Gotcha. So he appeared in Gamera 3, Revenge of Iris, as somebody running away in Shibuya, which is funny because...
role for him.
Yeah.
Especially given that scene inspired -1.
Right? He was also in Godzilla 2000 as a reporter, Godzilla vs. Megaguirus, a person running away. GMK he was also in as a news analyst. He was in Godzilla Against Mechagodzilla as a person running away.
I'm noticing a pattern here.
Yeah, he was also in Shoplifters as a newscaster. He was the voice actor for Lance Riddick in Godzilla vs. Kong.
That's right.
And then he's a consistent person on the Godzilla store stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean, he also appears in all the short films.
That's right. I remember him in the first one.
Yeah. He's in the Jet Jaguar one as one of like the people that like walk in at the beginning and launch Jet Jaguar.
Gotcha. So that's really cool. I love that. I love that little cameo. But if we're moving on to our not cast, because we just did the cast, if we're moving on to our crew, of course, as director, writer, and VFX supervisor, we have Takashi Yamazaki. Do I even need to list off?
I don't think so.
The dude, we have covered would you say a quarter of his films, and we've talked about all of his other films.
Yeah, we've at least brought up everything at least once, I'd say.
Right. If we're talking strictly kaiju, he was the director on Godzilla the Ride and Ultraman the Ride. He directed Always Sunset on 3rd Street 2, which has a Godzilla cameo. He directed Ghost Book.
Which has a kaiju-like yokai in it.
Right. And then, I mean, he's done a ton, and we've covered basically all the live-action films, aside from his drama films and his one film, Juvenile, or I guess two, and Ballad, that are sci-fi genre films, but we can't get them in the States.
Sadly.
Unfortunately, yeah. But moving on from Takashi Yamazaki, you have producer Minami Ichikawa, who produced As the Gods Will, Parasite Part 1, Parasite Part 2, Gatchaman Another, The Eternal Zero, Shin Ultraman, and Shin Godzilla. So he's the new Tanaka of the Reiwa era. I don't think he has producing credits on the Godzilla anime films, though. Huh. Yeah, no, I just checked the first one, and he is not credited for those. So it's probably because he's the live action department, I would have to guess. But he's the new. It's funny when you think about it. You had Tanaka, and then you have Toyama, and now you have Ichikawa. It's weird to think 70 years of Godzilla films and there's only been 3 main producers.
The anime trilogy has a different producer. and said producer would also produce Singular Point as well.
So it probably has to do with it being a Toho anime production. But moving down our producers list, there's a total of 4 on this film. You have Kazuki Kashida, who has no other Tokusatsu credits. Keiichiro Moriya, yeah, who was the producer on Always Sunset on 3rd Street, The Eternal Zero, Stand By Me Doraemon, Parasite Part 1, Parasite Part 2, and Stand By Me Doraemon 2. And then finally you have Kenji Yamada, who is producer, and he doesn't have any other Tokusatsu credits. And then finally, I'm only going to bring up Naoki Sato, of course, the composer who did Stand By Me Doraemon, Stand By Me Doraemon 2, Always Sunset on 3rd Street, Ballad, Space Battleship Yamato, Always Sunset on 3rd Street 2, Always Sunset on 3rd Street 64, The Eternal Zero, Parasite Part 1, Parasite Part 2, Fueled, A Man They Call Pirate, Destiny, The Tale of Katamura, and The Great War of Archimedes.
I need the score injected into my veins.
I love the score. The score is amazing. I keep listening to it. I think that is probably my... No. I don't know what my favorite part is, but I know that is high up there. I love that score. It's so atmospheric.
My favorite part of the movie is the movie.
Yeah, honestly, that's the line of the recording. My favorite part of the movie is the movie. There we go. But that's all I had for our cast and crew. Okay, we need to figure something out here. Do we want to rank it with the other Godzilla movies, or do we want to rank it with the Yamazaki movies and the Godzilla movies?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's take a moment here, and then we'll come right back, and we'll have our Yamazaki rankings.
Oh, I've already got my ranking.
And then we're going to have the Godzilla ranking. Okay?
I've already got my ranking, but yes.
So we're back, and we're going to do our rankings. First, we're going to do our Yamazaki ranking.
Yep.
And then we're going to do our Godzilla movie ranking. So this is officially our Godzilla episode for the film.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect.
I would assume the episode on a Godzilla movie would be the Godzilla episode. I would
Fair enough.
assume
Now,
that.
Rex, the way we're going to do the Yamazaki one is we're going to do the ones we've covered, and then I want you to throw in Eternal Zero, the Always trilogy, and whatnot, and Ghost Book. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to start with our least favorite Yamazaki film we've covered. I think we were both going to agree on this one.
Space Battleship Yamato.
I agree. For my number 4, I have Returner. I think yours
I have Parasite Part 2.
And for my number 3, I have Parasite Part 2.
And I Returner.
At number 3, I have The Great War of Archimedes.
I have Parasite Part 1.
Wrong opinion. At number 2, I have Parasite Part 1.
I have The Great War of Archimedes.
Oh. At number 1, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Godzilla minus one.
And for the extra movies, so Yamato, Parasite 2, Returner, Always, Parasite 1, Always 3, Ghost Book, Eternal Zero, Archimedes, Always 2, minus 1.
Okay. Interesting. Now, for our official Godzilla ranking, starting at our least favorite and going to our favorite. At my least favorite, I have Godzilla Raids again.
Likewise.
Second, Mothra vs. Godzilla.
Ebirah Horror of the Deep.
Then I have Ebirah Horror of the Deep.
Myself, Mothra versus.
Then Son of Godzilla.
Likewise. Followed by King Kong vs. Godzilla and then Astro Monster, I take it.
I concur. Okay, this is where it's going to get a little feisty. Okay. What's at your number 3?
Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster.
I have Godzilla 54.
You want to know what I have number 2?
What do you have at number 2?
Godzilla, 1954.
I have Godzilla -1.
At number 1, what do you have?
I have Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster.
And I have Godzilla -1.
Wow. Okay. Our top 3 have just completely shuffled.
Mm-hmm.
So you put this above 54?
Yes.
Damn.
This film is perfectly paced.
Well, I guess I put it above 54 too, but I think I'm a little different.
Like,
damn.
I don't think I could watch 54 4 times in a row. I'm going to be honest with you.
I'm really surprised you picked -1 as number 1.
I think I liked it. Just every watch, I loved it. You know,
That's fair. I mean, I'm the same way, but I don't know. I think this definitely is top 5, maybe top 3.
This is top 3 for me.
But I mean, I'd have to rewatch all the other films to get a final decision.
See, there's only 2 films that beat it for me. 2 films.
Well, I guess the listeners will have to find out as we continue to cover Godzilla movies.
I feel like one of them is pretty obvious, but yeah, sure.
Maybe. But with that being said, I guess we can transition here into our overalls.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
like I haven't already stated my thoughts already.
Yeah, I mean, overall, like the film is really good. I mean, it's doing amazing at the box office. It's doing great. Like, it's critically and, financially doing very, very well. Which is just great to see. And I can't wait to see what else happens.
Like this, please.
Yes. And I would love for a sequel. I'm hoping to God we get a sequel. When I was talking to Jack and Nathan about it, what if they did one in the 60s? Like each film took place a little bit farther in the future.
Maybe. Like
one in 64 and then one in 84. Like roughly every 20 years.
Maybe.
One during like the boom of Japan and then one during the Cold War.
See, for me, it's like, I don't know what you would really do with the characters in this film in a sequel, but at the same time, I don't know. I like this cast enough where I also would love to see them return.
Right.
So I don't know what I'd want for a sequel, but if Yamazaki's involved in it, then please.
Likewise.
Let my man cook.
But I mean, I feel like I've pretty much said everything I can say, really, because I mean we are 3 hours in. I mean the movie's great.
Longer.
If you haven't already, like go check this out.
I know we're preaching to the choir, but like, go watch this on the big screen if you can.
Yes, largest screen you can.
This is a movie made for the cinema.
Mm-hmm. This is an event, which is perfect because that's what it should have been. 70th anniversary event film. This is perfect.
That is Godzilla.
Damn right. Well, Rex, with that being said, we are into the final segment, I guess, of this show, which is the most noblest of podcasting traditions, as you very well know.
Of course.
But before we do that, we do need to bring something up. We have an announcement to make.
Oh.
And that is, we would like to announce the first annual Kaiju Convies.
Yes, the Kaiju Convies. A silly little, just reflection of sorts on this year of Kaiju Conversation, where you, dear viewers, will, get to vote in a little a little fun little award show of sorts for based on our previous episodes. So go take a look at the link in the description. There's various categories for best film, best monster, best scares, and more.
It includes things from every film we've talked about, from the beginning of the year all the way to what hasn't come out yet. So, yeah, definitely give that a check. And you'll, like Rex said, it'll be in the description. You can find it on any of our social medias. It goes live the day this comes out. You have up until, is it the second week of December? Voting ends on the 16th of December. So if you want to help your favorite film win, definitely give it a vote. And it's real easy. It's all on Google Forms, so you just select the ones you want, and that's it. Yeah, so help us make this a fun, exciting first annual Kaiju Conversation Award, and stay tuned because there's still a few more episodes left in the year, and then the year of Kaiju Conversation will officially be over.
God damn.
It's crazy.
Where'd the year go?
I don't know. It felt like a year minus one.
Oh, I hate you.
It all loops back down to funny jokes.
We're not doing this.
Doing
we're not
what?
doing this looping ring.
What about a
spiral
ring?
into insanity.
Oh, I see you made your ring reference for the day. But with that, I think we should indeed indulge in the most noblest of podcasting traditions now.
Shall I go first?
Absolutely.
Well, dear listeners, you can find me on YouTube at Rexino, on Twitter at Rex_Xenomorph, and on Instagram, Rex_Xeno. And if you want to check out some of my writing, go take a look at the Tokusatsu Network.
And as for me, hello, I'm Elijah, and I have a Kaiju and Tokusatsu problem. Awkward. Anyways, joking aside, I'm Elijah Thomas, co-host of the podcast Kaiju Conversation. As you all well know, you can find me on the rotating hosts for Monsters with Attitude. You can check us out on YouTube, where we do monthly live streams talking about kaiju entertainment. You can also head over to our Facebook group and join. It's a great place full of great like-minded people. I'm also a writer. I've written for GodzillaMovies.com, and I've appeared in Kaiju Rom magazine. I currently write for Kaiju United. My most recent article is about a Godzilla -1 review. Not nearly as detailed as this, but definitely still some interesting stuff in there. And my writing has also been featured in the book Giant Bug Cinema, a Monster Kids Guide from Bear Manor Media, where I wrote about Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. I'm also a filmmaker and YouTuber. You can check out my stuff on YouTube at my YouTube channel, ET13 Productions, where you can see some of my short films and my old YouTube videos, along with a playlist that features all of my appearances on YouTube. And there is some new content, so definitely check that out there. And there's more to come. So a lot of exciting stuff there. I have also appeared in a kaiju movie. Little-known film called Zillafoot from 2021. I made a brief cameo in the film as Skywatcher number 2. It's got a rating of 3.7 out of 10 on IMDb, so you know it's peak cinema. If you want to watch more kaiju, you can buy the Blu-ray on srscinema.com or the DVD from any major online retailer, or just watch it for free on Tubi with ads or on Amazon Prime. You can check out my action figure photography on my Instagram at ET13_productions and my X, the artist formerly known as Twitter, thanks Danny, at the same handle. As for the podcast, don't forget to rate us on iTunes. That boosts our ratings and helps us get recommended to more people just like you. If you don't have an Apple device, which I don't blame you, I don't. Actually, that's a lie. I'm using a MacBook Pro to do this podcast right now. But you can rate us on Spotify now. If you want to stay up to date with all things Kaiju Conversation related, follow us on Twitter at KAIJU_CONVERS. If you don't have Twitter, you can follow us on Instagram or like us on Facebook at the same handle. If you're like me before podcasting and you don't have any social media, lucky you, You can email us at kaijuconversation@gmail.com, all lowercase, all one word, you know the drill. And as always, we'll read your reviews on air for everyone to hear. We also have a Teespring store. Eventually we'll have original artwork on there, but until then, you can sport our awesome logo on a t-shirt or maybe even like a coffee mug. If you'd like to chat with us, check out our Discord server full of others that have similar interests to you. Recently, we had a discussion about Hoshi 35, the upcoming 3Y Kaiju movie. It's a great community full of great people. Definitely check it out. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell so you can be notified anytime we upload a video. We sometimes post exclusives to the channel like bloopers or mini-sodes for news or other subjects. We also have an interview with Mechagodzilla designer Jared Kerchevsky on the channel. I definitely butchered his name. I apologize. And a huge thanks to Rex for editing all of these episodes and all the other content we upload. His links can be found in the description below. Along with Rex, we'd like to give a huge thanks and shout out to Danny DeManna of the Godzilla Novelization Project for his amazing vocals on our theme song. You can support him by following him on Twitter at Danzilla93_GNP or visit his website, GodzillaNovelizationProject.com. And a huge thanks to Grattan Conwell from the podcast Giant Monster BS for composing the music for our theme song. You can support him by following the podcast on Twitter at Giant Monster BS or on any podcast platform under the name Giant Monster BS. And with that, we're going to wrap up things here. So thank you guys so much for listening. Godzilla -1 officially out, and we have finally covered it. Takashi Yamazaki month is officially wrapped up with a beautiful long bow in Godzilla -1. We're here. We've made it.
You live in a post-1 world.
A post-1 world. The wait is over. And we will never be the same again. So, again, thank you guys so much for listening. And as always, please remember, life's too short to not talk big. Bye, guys.
Bye.
We are set, we are in debt, there's nothing to sweat. Life's too short now, baby. Kaiju, not too big now, baby. Conversation. His name's Elijah, baby. And also Rex now, baby. We love those kaiju, baby. And you will too now.